In about 1 minute, finish your conversations. Good morning, all. Welcome back. We're here for the November 20th version of this hearing in case number NEPR-AP-2023-0003. First, a reminder, slow and loud. I'm sitting right next to the speakers and having a hard time. They told me my hearing was borderline, but I didn't know it was this borderline. So slow and loud, please, into the microphone. All right, number one. Number two, for the benefit of the translators, remember to announce yourselves until they get to know you real well. They want me to repeat that every day. Announce who you are. You don't have to give your whole autobiography and where you're from. Just the name is what they're putting in there. Everybody clear on that, even if it bores you? We're going to make just a couple of slight changes in the sequence of Mr. Sosa's examination today. So we'll be doing generation all day today and all day tomorrow. And if we don't get done at the end of the day tomorrow, we have time on Tuesday. So we will be finished with generation by the end of the day on Tuesday. That's a given, all right? But I'm going to start with executability. So that's slightly out of order. Actually, it's substantially out of order. That's what we're going to do first. So Mr. Hogan, get on a plane and go back to, where is it, Boston? New York? It was one of those cities. All right, so that's what we're going to do. But then otherwise, we are roughly going to follow the agenda that's in generation. There'll be certain items where Mr. Sosa will say he's not going to cover that item because either it's covered by prior conversation or it's moving to another panel, and he'll let people know. This microphone is actually pretty good, isn't it? Maybe I should give it to you, Mr. Kinoy. All right, we'll see how it goes. Sir?
No, I just wanted to check, make sure this one's good too. Not good?
Well, except when you drop your voice at the end of the sentence, that's the problem.
Okay, I won't do it.
Like you just did.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Everybody clear? Okay, I think we're ready to go. And then at the end of the day, I'll have a few announcements for the various motions. All right, thank you. Mr. Sosa.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Rafael Sosa, consultant for the Energy Bureau. We are making a slight modification. The first topic that we intended to cover today is hydro, but we're going to move to executability. And I will pass that for Mr. Hempling.
Good morning, Mr. Hogan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. So you've expressed some skepticism about Hineta's ability to execute on its proposed activities, right?
Yes.
And that's based on your assessment of its past activities, correct?
Yes.
All right. What assessment did you make of its current and prospective activities?
So, in my testimony, I looked at their past performance. I looked at what they were proposing to do. I will state that since my testimony, Hineta has made some significant changes. They've moved several projects from their ratepayer request into their federal funds. So their ramp up is not as great, and they have been able to demonstrate an execution, a ramp up execution on their federal funds, unlike what I talked about last week. So my concerns with Hineta are on their execution are much less than what I expressed last week with Luma.
Yeah, you just dropped at the end of the sentence. That's what I'm talking about. You got my drift?
Sorry.
Oh, no, you understand what I'm talking about, right? It's a habit. Okay. Well, you want the commissioners to ignore your testimony on Hineta, or do you still have some kind of concern, and what's the concern?
No, I still have some concern, and I think as we stand here today, my main concern would be, as you look at the record, as you look at
Wait, hold on. because you're not answering the question I started with, which is what effort did you make to look at their internal ability to execute on projects prospectively? You looked mostly retrospectively. What did you look at in terms of prospectivity, in terms of their ability?
I looked at the request that they submitted in their rate application.
All right. Did you talk to anybody at the company about how they manage things?
I did not know.
That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it have been?
Again,
Yes or no? Good idea or bad idea to talk to the company about its ability to execute before you make a judgment
wouldn't say
about
it's
their
a bad
ability?
idea. It was not part of my. It was not part of what I did.
I just remind Mr. Hogan to let the hearing examiner finish his question before you respond, and vice versa. Thank you.
We're both Northeasterners. We'll make our way to it, but we got the drift. Okay, thank you. So you looked at the completion status of recent Haneda capital projects, right?
Yes, I looked at the history of projects that were submitted, that were planned for, and did not meet not meet the dates that were planned for.
It's a yes or no question, okay? Because we got a long day ahead of us. And you wanted to determine the extent to which the projects that they had exceeded their expected completion dates, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so you told me, you don't have to look it up because it's your testimony, but you told us at pages 18 to 19 that, I'll go slow for a minute, you said that as of June 2025, Haneda had 63 ongoing federally funded and NFC CAPEX projects budgeted for a total of basically 1.1 billion. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so he doesn't need the document. He read it overnight, right? So, and then you said that of those projects, 37 constituting 106 million in budget expense were already past their expected completion date by an average of 243 days. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so by my math, you were concerned about 106 million in projects out of 1.1 billion in projects. Is that right?
Yes.
So they're okay with the other 90%?
Well, I think from my perspective, it's very unclear in the record whether Hanera follows a federal funds budget. So I think last year they spent about 550 million out of that budget. So that would be part of the concern as well. But I looked at the material that was available, and that was the individual projects that had stated planned completion dates that were then past those dates.
Okay, so this is where I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding you. You're not saying, I was reading it for a moment to say you had a problem with 10% of the projects, but 90% you were fine with, and that's not a good interpretation. Is that correct?
No, that's not a good interpretation.
Not a good interpretation.
Yeah.
What are you saying about the 90% then, sir?
I'm saying that it's not clear in the record. As I just stated, if you look at the budget number for last year, it was about 1.1 billion, I believe, and they executed on about 557 million, if I remember correctly. So
you're still worried about like 40% of the 1.1 billion? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm essentially worried when you say when you put out what you're going to complete. And what your actual is against that. That's kind of my starting point in my analysis.
You don't know whether the reasons for the non-completion are their excess optimism or their inability to complete projects competently or delays in the federal funding situation. You don't know which of those items are contributors to the situation.
Yeah, there was at the time of my testimony, there was very little in the reports that Hanera puts out, the quarterly or the annual reports, in terms of what the reasons were for the underspend. I did note, particularly in testimony on Tuesday, it did not appear that obligation and reimbursement of funds were a significant driver of that underspend. It appears to me that process is much better in accessing federal funds. But the record was sparse in terms of what the reasons for the underspend were.
Okay. A separate question. You mentioned at one point in your testimony, it happens to be at page 27, that you were concerned that Luma and Genera would be competing for resources, and that competition would be a contributor to the problem of executability. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know whether they would be competing for the same resources? One's generation, I'm just an ignorant dude here, but one's generation, one's T&D. You think that competition point that you made is an overstatement, or do you really think they would be competing for specifically the same resources?
I think there are resources that you compete for, particularly if you're bringing folks into an apprentice program where you're and you're looking to hire locally. Where you're drawing from is folks that have that mindset of they want to be in construction, they want to be in electrical work. So as a starting point. You're pulling from the same resources, and as I indicated last week, just in general, our industry is really entering a super cycle of infrastructure investments.
You discussed that last time. All right. Let me. The only other thing I want to talk to you about is what we do with the testimony that you gave us, and this really goes with Mr. Shearman's testimony also. So you've been involved as a project manager, right?
Yes.
Let's just put yourself in your project management shoes for a second. So you're project manager in a corporation, and you have several levels above you where you have to go for approval for more money, or if you want to change your budget. Is that how it normally works?
Yes.
Right. Now you're a sole practitioner like me, so you have no bosses. You like that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so do I, except there are 5 behind me.
Yeah, we all have bosses somewhere.
So, wouldn't you prefer, well, I'm going to ask you, if let's say you had 2 options. One is that they give you a budget that is beyond your likely ability to execute, but you don't have the ability just to spend what you don't get around to on whatever you want. You have to go back to the bosses and get permission for the next project, versus giving you less money than you need. And every time you need more money, you have to go back upstairs and get more money. Which of those 2 situations would you prefer as the person in charge of spending money wisely and getting projects done? The one where you have the money available ahead of time with some restrictions, or the one you have to keep going back and asking for money?
For me, it all depends on where the source of the fund is. So, specifically what we're talking about here is ratepayer funds versus federal funds.
Well, hold on, I'm asking you in your position as the manager.
I understand, and I would, in my role as a project manager in any company, I would consider what the source of the funding is. In my history is in project management, and also in overseeing projects and project management, the ideal is that no budget is going to hit on the penny. So the ideal is that you're over as much as you're under. That demonstrates that you've got a really good ability to be able to forecast, to be able to plan, and to be able to execute. You're never going to come straight on, but you should have as many projects go over as under. So a lot depends on what the source of the fund is and where and what's important overall.
Okay, so this is very useful, and I don't mean to take up too much time on this, but I'm trying to get a signal across to everybody that the real decision that the commissioners have to make is the over versus the under, because of what you just said, that there is no way it's going to match up. And so let me just focus on a comparison between the 2 realistic scenarios, and let's get your expertise as a project manager as to what's going to be best in terms of the outcomes. And I don't have a particular answer in my own mind. It wouldn't matter if I did. They're the decision makers. But let's just compare the 2 situations carefully now. Okay, so one situation is we accidentally give you more money than is executable, all right? But I mean the commissioners, say ahead of time, don't spend beyond what we are saying you should spend on without specific permission on the next shovel-ready project. Do you have it in your mind?
I do.
So there's this risk now that we are going to charge the ratepayers more than what is necessary, but that money goes into a restricted fund where you can spend it only on what is specified without asking for extra flexibility. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. And the alternative is we accidentally underfund what you're capable of doing, and now you have to come in for a rate increase. And I know how much you're enjoying being here. I am. I'm one of the lucky ones. And I mean it seriously, but this is a pretty time-consuming process, even in what we call the emergency rate context under Act 57 6.25. Okay, so on that one, you're the project manager, and you don't have enough money, and you've got surplus ability to execute, and now you have to come in and do testimony. You got to hire a lawyer. You know what that costs. And I'm asking you to compare the two and give the commissioners some thoughts about how they can go about the decision, because right now we're faced with two opposing views, right? Your view is don't underspend. Sorry, your view is don't overspend, period. You don't even give us a number, right?
I don't say don't overspend.
No, but you don't give us a number. You don't advise the commissions on any number that they should put into the budget. You just say it's difficult to execute. So, and that's the end of the sentence. Isn't that your testimony?
I believe what I said was my starting point would be, given the challenges in execution, my starting point would be the constrained budget, and that I would expect as part of this process, and I heard a lot on Tuesday on specific projects that I would expect are going to be recommended for deferral, and as those projects get deferred, then it improves the ability for Genera to execute on what's remaining, is
Right,
what I stated.
Right, but let's not argue with each other. You did not specify what projects to throw out or what dollar amount to put into the rates for this issue of executability, right?
I did not do a project-by-project analysis.
You didn't do any analysis that produced a number for the commissioners to disallow from the constrained budget, right? Let's not argue.
To the extent that there's a number in the constrained budget, which there is, I did state that. And then what I stated on top of that is there's a process that projects are going to fall out of that. I did not specify which projects, no.
No. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Do you have any recommendation as to which way we should go? I mean, do you like the idea of erring on the side? If you have to err one way or the other, which way would you err? Would you err on the side of ending up with more money than what is executable with the restrictions on spending? Or would you err on the side of less money than is executable with the need to come in for a rate increase? Which one would you do if you were the project manager? Do you have an opinion?
Well, I think you asked me two different questions. So
answer them both.
So if I was the commissioner, I would be looking for the best estimate on where I believe the execution will land, which should be about that 50% probability. That's what I would do. And quite frankly, as a project manager, that's what I would put forward. I would put forward my best estimate in terms of where I think I'm going to land. To the extent that as a project manager, you get beat up for going overspending, then your tendency is going to be to overestimate your project. To the extent that there is a reasonable process for both overspend and underspend, then I would stick with that 50% probability, a P50 probability in my estimate.
Right. I think that was helpful. Let me see if I understand it, and then I think we'll be done. I don't want to take up too much time on this. We have a long day. But thank you. So first of all, I thought there was some element in your last answer where you might have shifted from talking about executability to overspending the budget. And those are two different issues. Did you mean to mix those two things together, or did I misunderstand you, sir?
Yeah, I don't believe I mixed them up. I was trying to answer your question from the position of a commissioner, and then I was trying to answer it from the position of an individual project manager on an individual project.
Okay. So let me try this and see if we've produced an idea, not me, not we, you, an idea that can be useful to the commissioners here. What you're suggesting is that we look at the totality of a company's projects, proposed projects, that are in their proposed budget, constrained budget, whether it's Luma or Genera, and go through the list and assign a likelihood. More likely or less likely, and try to arrive at a 50% point and make that the point where we determine the ratepayer dollars and put that amount in. Am I correct so far in terms of your recommendation? And again, your lawyer can
Yeah,
ask
no.
you to work on this, or he can polish it up in his brief too. Go ahead.
I would say essentially yes, but I would include the federal, in terms of overall execution.
Yep.
I would include the federal funding projects, right? Because it's
Yep.
the same work, it's the same management team, it's the same, very similar workforce, a
Yep.
very similar engineering team. So I don't think from an execution standpoint, I don't think you can really separate them. You have to look at the
right.
totality, and you should be focusing, I think, you should be, if you have a choice between the federal fund project and the ratepayer fund, you should make sure you get the federal fund project done.
So somehow try to arrive at a 50% probability concept and make that an influence on the dollars that go into rates.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's probably all I have right now. That's an insight that we didn't have from your testimony or from Mr. Shearman. And at least it's some evidentiary basis that the commissioners can use instead of this generalities about pessimism versus optimism. Is there anything else you want to add to that topic before I turn it over to whoever else is asking on the subject of executability? Sir, anything else?
No, nothing else.
Okay, so we're going to stick with the executability topic, and we're going to try to be very brief. I tried anyway. And I'm going to see if there's any other cross-examination of Mr. Hogan with respect to Genera, because this is a generation panel. Ms. Vasquez.
I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Hogan.
Okay. Does anybody want to cross-examine Mr. Hogan on executability? Okay, well then, Mr. Brady, it's your turn to do redirect on what I just did, and then we'll go on to the next topic. And Mr. Hogan can, I think, by the way, we're going to let Mr. Hogan go home after this. Don't be dragging him back from the airport. Everybody clear? Okay.
I'll stick around for a little. Not that.
Well, that's up to you. I did what I promised, didn't
Yes,
I?
you did.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. For the record, Corey Brady, Weil, Gotchel, and Manges speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. Good morning, Mr. Hogan.
Morning.
Do you all, a few minutes ago, you were asked about the basically numeric breakdown of the total number of projects that Genera is proposing?
Yes.
And you were also asked about that both from the perspective of the number of projects and the dollar value of the projects, right?
Yes.
When you're assessing executability, is the right way to look at it an individual project in isolation or the totality of the proposal?
And in my analysis, what I looked at was the I start with what's the ask? What did Genera put in their rate application? How does that compare to what they've delivered in the past? And then how has their delivery of ask versus actual, what's the history there, and does that inform on what the challenges are going forward? And then I look at what's going on in the industry in terms of challenges to execution. So that's kind of the totality of how I looked at this challenge.
Okay, and if you were to look at just one project from an executability perspective, would that tell you anything about the overall ask that you were referencing?
It would be a factor, but yeah. So I mean, one project. If it's 1 out of 2, then yes, right. If it's 1 out of 100, then it has less impact.
Thank you. And then, do you recall being asked about the potential drivers for historical underspending by Genera?
Yes.
And you said something to the effect that the historical record for Genera appears better in accessing funds, right? Federal funds, excuse me.
Objection. Yeah, objection. This is beyond the scope of the cross.
Technically, you're correct, but I'm interested in the answer, so I get to hear it. And if you feel a need to do some cross on that, we'll see. Go ahead. Let me hear the question again, please, but you go ahead and answer it. Question and answer, please.
Okay, so going back to, so you recall being asked about the potential drivers for Genera's historical underspending by Mr. Hempling, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying something to the effect that Genera's historical access to federal funds appears better?
I believe what I said was in looking at the record on execution and predominantly looking at quarterly and annual reports, there wasn't a lot of detail in there in terms of what the overall reasons for under execution were or underspending were. Having said that, I don't recall obligation and reimbursement being put forward as one of the significant reasons for underspend. And then I believe I added, in just listening to the testimony over the last couple of days, that did not appear to be, at least my interpretation was that did not appear to be a significant challenge to NEPR, and specifically it was much less of a challenge than when I was sitting here a week ago.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So when you said better, what was that in reference to? Better relative to what?
I just heard testimony along the lines of we submit requests, we get the funding within 5 or 6 weeks. I didn't hear the same sort of I didn't hear much of obligation getting in the way of execution. What I heard a lot of was that we submit projects. Once they get obligated or approved, we pull them out of the ratepayer request and we move them into the federal funds budget so that there's less impact on ratepayers. That those are the sorts of things that I heard that inform my opinion today.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I'm not being clear. I'm really just trying to make sure the record is clear. When you're making that comparison of, you said last week and this week,
Yes.
You're comparing NEPR to LUMA, right?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, and then do you recall being asked some questions about whether it's better to err to the high or the low side in terms of the approved budget?
Yes.
And you are considering that question, and those questions were asked basically in the abstract, right? High or low without numbers attached to them?
Fundamentally, yes.
Does the magnitude of how high or how low you are matter to the answers that you gave?
No.
So just to play that out, so if the company is receiving orders of magnitude more than it can actually execute, that would matter in terms of erring, right?
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood your first question. I was comparing on when I kind of used the P50 example or the 50% probability example. It wouldn't matter whether it was $100 project or a $1 billion project. What you're trying to do is arrive at a number based on your experience, based on what you know about the industry at this point. All the factors that go into building stuff, and factoring all that in, and your estimate, driving for a what I call a P50 estimate, which is 50% probability that it's going to be under. If your individual project managers are all at the, call it the P75 or the P90, where there's a 10% chance of going over and a 90% chance of coming under, when you aggregate all of that up, then you're going to have a significantly, you're going to have an ask that's significantly greater than what the organization can deliver.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
I guess we are missing something here. Federal funds were assigned because some assets were damaged by hurricane and all that stuff. We all know that.
Yes.
Still, there are some assets that need to be repaired in the next 3 years. I think that this is important for you to evaluate because we will not have federal funds to do that. Still, are those projects a priority and need to be done in the next 3 years? How much money will ratepayers need to pay in order to have a system that is in operation to provide the service all Puerto Rican needs? So don't lose that on sight, please.
I agree with that. Yes.
Thank you, colleagues. So with that, we'll turn it back over to Mr. Sosa and return to roughly the order of the subtopics that are in your prepared agendas. Mr. Sosa.
Sorry, before we begin, I I'm fine with returning to the order. I just wanted to clarify, I will have executability questions for Genera's witnesses later when we return to the agenda, or I can do them now, whatever your preference is.
All right, well, so thanks for that reminder. I had hoped to get exhibitability done in the first 30 minutes, but go ahead, Mr. Hold on. What is it that we're talking about? Cross-examination on executability, right?
Yes, and it will probably be more than 30 minutes. So if it's better to defer it until tomorrow, that's fine.
Why are you looking at me, Ms. Vasquez? Okay, let's keep the topic going. It's better for the transcript. You okay with that? But let's try to hurry.
Thank you. Okay, so I think most of these will be for Mr. Ortiz, but as yesterday, Mr. Scoot, if you have more expertise on a topic, feel free to jump in.
Let me just remind people, slow and loud, okay? Right into that microphone, just like this. Thank you. And announce yourself for the first couple of times, Mr. Quinoy. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Brady. One moment, please. Ms. Vasquez.
Yes, we have here Mr. Ricardo Payens and Jesus Intron. If they need to respond to any of this cross on executability, if you want to swear them in, just in case.
Why don't we do that? And welcome, gentlemen. 1 second. I've already sworn in Mr. Payens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Your name is? The last name.
Sintron.
Sintron. Okay. Would you please rise, sir? Please stand and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you affirm that the testimony that you will provide today is true, correct, and based on your own and personal knowledge, and that, to the best of your understanding, none of the information you will provide today is misleading or untruthful?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Why don't you make yourself comfortable at the panel table? Would you like to make yourself comfortable at the panel table? Yeah. Is that okay with you, Ms. Vasquez?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Brady, let's get going. Thank you.
For the record, Corey Brady. Good morning, Mr. Quinoy.
Good morning.
So as we discussed yesterday, the optimal maintenance projects budget ratepayer funded that you're proposing totals over $850 million for the rate case period. Is that right?
Yes,
You would agree that this budget represents a significant increase relative to prior years, right?
yes, it is.
And that $850 million figure from ratepayers does not include the federally funded projects, right?
Correct.
And if you add those in, that would be about another 1.16 billion on top of the ratepayer funds for the rate case period. Is that right?
Don't know the number off the top of my head, but if you say it is,
Okay.
it is.
Yeah, for speed, I'll represent to you that the federally funded projects over the rate period are another 1.16 billion. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and then if you add those two numbers together, that would be about $2 billion in total project spend over the rate case period, right?
Yes.
Now, do you understand that what we have sometimes been calling the 3-year rate case period, fiscal year 26 through 28, is actually less than 3 years as we sit here today?
Yes.
And that's because we're already about halfway through fiscal year 2026, right?
Correct.
And do you understand that the Energy Bureau will not actually issue its final order in this case until April or May of next year?
Yes.
Okay, and by that time, fiscal year 2026 will effectively be over, almost over.
Almost over. Yes.
Okay, so really when we talk about the $2 billion number in projects, that would be, for executability purposes, that would be more like $2 billion in 2 years, right?
No.
Okay, could you explain why not?
Federal funds are still ongoing. We're just talking about the ratepayers amount. So you're talking about the 200 plus million, not the total amount for year one for 2026. So if you're referencing, you're asking me about the, say, I know the optimal, I believe was about 250 million, out of which we already have a provisional amount that we're executing to that one. And we understand that more than likely the 2026 fiscal year will have to go with what has been approved as the provisional amount, year 2 and year 3. So fiscal year 27 and 28, we have a plan to execute as requested.
Can we just agree that it's a lot of money in a short amount of time?
For 26, I
No,
think
you
it was
explain it.
generalizing.
All he's
I just
trying to
wanted
do-
to explain it.
Sorry, all he's trying to do with the math, so we don't have to spend another 5 minutes on it. It's a lot of money in a short amount of time, correct?
Okay, see, yes.
Okay, next question, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood Mr. Quinoy's answer. So you're saying right now you're operating under the provisional rate, right?
Correct.
And the provisional rate is a lot less than what you're asking for in the budget in this case, right?
It is, yeah, considerably less than the optimal, closer to the constraint.
Okay, so in terms of the $2 billion number, which as we discussed is combined federally funded projects and ratepayer funded projects, right now in fiscal year 2026, you are not executing those on the pace that you would need to execute them on in order to complete them in 27 and 28, right?
Objection. That was not his answer.
No, I'm okay. Well,
That's
correct
not a-
me. I'm
no,
trying to
that-
understand.
excuse me.
the answer.
That is not a proper objection. The witness, the lawyer is allowed to ask a question that confronts them just the way he did, and the witness then gets to figure out whether he agrees or doesn't agree with the lawyer. Next question, please.
Yeah, I mean, if my question was incorrect, feel free to correct me.
Can you repeat your question?
Okay, so you talked about how you're under the provisional rate. You talked about how it's less than what you're requesting, significantly less. And so what I'm trying to understand is you drew a distinction between fiscal year 26 and then 27 and 28. So right now, under that provisional rate, you are executing projects more slowly than you would be in 27 and 28, right? Because you have less money.
We're talking about the difference between the optimal and the provisional rate for the first fiscal year is the difference.
Yeah, let me try it this way. Genera,
If you tell me the amount of the difference, I can tell you yes. You're generalizing $2 billion as only 2 years. The difference is just the difference between the provisional and, if you want to call it, the difference between the optimal budget on the NME. If you look at that, they're not talking about $2 billion to be done in 2 years. You're talking about a reduction of, if you give me a second, I look at it and I can respond to you
sure.
properly.
Okay.
I'm not mistaken, just to tell you about the constrained budget. My numbers are correct. They're just over $140 million. My provisional budget was $130 million. So you're only talking about $10 million difference.
To be clear, that's the constrained budget. And we've been talking about the optimal budget this morning. You understand that, right?
Oh. Yes,
Yeah, so could you give that number instead?
sure. About $90 million only.
Okay, so about a $90 million difference. And then does operating under the provisional rate also change the pace of execution on federally funded projects for Genera?
It would not, most of, well, do I need to expand? Just say no. Okay.
You
To
can,
expand, fair funded projects actually also fund project management under the project. So we actually have hired additional project managers to support on the federally funded projects.
okay, so the LUMA witnesses last week, a number of them suggested that, having a lower amount of funding now materially reduce their ability to execute on federal projects. So you disagree with that?
I disagree. The $2 billion we have a plan for and to execute, and we're moving forward with that.
Thank you. Genera has been operating the generation system since fiscal year 2024, right?
Yes,
And in fiscal year 2024, do you know about how much capital project spending Genera completed across federally funded and non-federally funded?
I don't have that number with me.
Does $140 million sound about right?
I don't know.
Just ask him to assume the number. You can put the number from the record into your brief.
That's what I was going to do next, Mr.
Yes.
Hempling. I just wanted to see if he had any knowledge about the number himself. Okay, so I'll represent to you that in fiscal year 2024, across both federally funded and non-federally funded capital projects, Genera actually spent about $140 million. Can you,
In what year?
fiscal year 2024,
2024, the first year of Genera.
correct?
All right,
If you say so.
just accept his assumption, okay?
Accept your assumption, yeah.
Okay, so you'd agree that that number is a lot less than what Genera is now proposing, right?
Yes,
In fact, orders of magnitude less, right?
for the first year of Genera,
Correct.
yes.
And okay, and then in fiscal year 2025, are you aware of the number that Genera completed in terms of capital spending?
No,
Okay, I'll represent to you that it's about $635 million that year.
okay.
So that is also lower than the rate at which Genera is now proposing to spend, right?
Yeah, but about 4 times more than the first year.
Right, more than the first year, but less than what it's proposing.
Yes,
Are you aware of Genera's, and this is a capitalized term, so just imagine that, federally funded generation project plan? Are you familiar with that document generally?
not off the top of my head.
Mr. Cintron Rivera, are you familiar with that document?
What is the name of the document again?
A federally funded generation project plan.
I'm not familiar, but well, I think it was part of the proposal at the beginning when Genera commenced operations.
Right, and then it's also been updated periodically over time, right?
Correct.
Okay, could we pull up bondholder exhibit 368? It's on that list that I gave Mr. Hempling this morning, 368.
You have it now, sir? Okay. And Mr. Cintron, for a while, I want you to use your name before you start your answer so that when it goes back and forth between you and your colleagues, the reporter can keep track of it. Okay, what's the question?
Do you recognize this document? And you can scroll through it. It's a long document, but do you recognize this as an ROI response that you prepared and then you attached this plan we've been talking about as well as updates over time to it? Sorry, bear with me a moment. I'm just getting into the Teams. It had some issues joining.
Okay, hold on. Just 1 second. This is exactly what I don't want to see happening. Okay, I would rather that you just ask the question, and if the gentleman needs to look at a document, he can look at it. But quite often, the gentleman will be able to answer the question in the way that is useful to the cross-examiner. So ask the question.
Okay,
We're not going to double the time by having to go in and out of documents if we don't have to. We're going to
yes.
try.
Yes, and for the record, Mr. Hempling, as I said yesterday, we're somewhat constrained by having the clerk do this. If we had our own document tech here, this would be boom, boom, boom. with
I
documents.
hear you, but let's just try if the witness can answer questions that the type that you're asking without having to look at a document.
Okay, so could we go to page 7 of the PDF? So I'm referring to the PDF numbers like Mr. Torres was yesterday, not necessarily the numbers at the bottom of the page for the clerk's benefit. Okay. So we're, sorry, Tuesday. Okay, so could you go up to where we can see the top of this? Yeah. Do you see this chart, Mr. Cintron?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as the plan we were just discussing?
No, I don't recognize the plan. The plan that we follow is the 90-day plan. 90-day plan, that is the one that guys that we use with FEMA, that we need to report every 3 months, and that's the plan. We update on it's a live document.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Do you recognize this as the draft dated June 19th, 2023 of the Federal Facilities Projects Plan?
Sorry, I was not working at Genera at that time, so.
Okay, well, this was attached to one of your ROI responses, so that's why I'm asking you about it.
Do you know anything about this document?
No.
Okay, find a way to ask the question that you want to ask or get to the point you want to make without the fact that, given the fact that the witness does not know this document, regardless of whether it's attached, use it to put it in your brief and say he doesn't know what he's talking about, but ask the next question.
Okay, before I do that, is there someone who I should be talking to at Genera who knows about this document? Because it was attached to your ROI response. So is there someone better to ask about this document?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is a document from 2023. Genera was not even in the picture at that time. And for relevance as well, we're talking about future executability. We're talking about a document from 2023.
Okay, well, the question that the examiner, the cross-examiner was asking, is there anybody from Genera that knows anything about this document?
And
You
just so
know,
the record is
counsel.
clear on the timing, this is a Genera PR document. It's stamped in that manner at the top, so.
Okay. Counsel, do you know of anybody who knows about this document? I'm going to tell you right now, what I'm concerned about is 15 minutes have gone by and I've learned absolutely nothing from this line across.
And just
Okay.
again, so the record is clear, that is not because of my line of cross. It's because apparently there's no one at Genera who can speak to their own document.
On this particular
Objection,
document
like
that-
relevant.
1 second, please. What is the general point that you want to address, Mr. Brady? Because we're going to try to find a way to accommodate it without losing more time.
Yes, I'm trying to walk through these periodic reports
All right.
and
Well,
look at the progress that is made from one to the next or lack thereof.
all right. Well, you don't have anybody who's able to answer that, and you can use that fact in your brief, sir.
Okay, I don't think I ever heard an answer to my question as to whether there is some to ask about this document. Does
Counsel,
anyone?
what's the answer to the question?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and what about Ms. Vasquez? Is there a witness on any panel in this hearing who I could ask about this document?
I don't know right now.
Okay, well, I'm going to strike the document from the record if we don't have any way to validate its accuracy or anything else. But I have to ask you to move on now, Mr. Brady, because right now we're kind of stuck in with the record player
yeah,
not playing a
I'm
tune.
I would oppose striking this document from the record. It was,
Don't strike it, then. Just ask the next question.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Always glad to have you be alert, but we must move on. We must get value from this cross-examination.
I am trying my best, Mr. Hempling. I was not expecting a witness who attached this document to his ROI response to say that he had no idea what it was.
Continue,
Respectfully.
please.
Okay, back to Mr. Quinoy. Do you have a microphone? Mr. Quinoy, you lead the engineering, construction, and maintenance department, right?
Yes,
And as of July, when you submitted your direct testimony, that team included about 300 people, right?
correct.
And what is the head count of your team as we sit here today?
Out of the top of my head, I wouldn't tell you. Last time I checked, it was around 320 people.
Okay, so is that the number or not? Because I thought in the first part you said you didn't know.
I'm not exactly correct. I think my testimony was exactly 320, if I'm not mistaken.
Your
In and
July
out,
testimony.
as of today, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at your direct testimony. It said over 300.
Okay,
That was in July.
okay.
Okay. So, but I'm asking you today, what's the number?
Still about the same,
Okay. About the same, like
over
plus or
300,
minus what?
over 300.
Over 300. And has there been any turnover within that number as between July and today?
Reductions and additions?
Mhm.
Probably, but I don't have the number.
Is there someone in your department who's more familiar with the personnel?
I believe so. She's also going to be a witness, Jennifer Wishetek.
Okay, thank you. And she'll be on a panel later.
Yes.
I believe so.
Thank you. Okay, so even with the calling it about 300 people, it's your testimony that there are constraints on Genera's in-house capacity, right?
In regards to what specifically?
In regard to executing projects within your department.
Are you talking
He's asking
specifically?
whether there are constraints with respect to your current personnel in terms of your ability to execute on projects. It's a yes or no.
On projects?
I beg your pardon?
On projects you were talking about. I have a big department that takes care of other things besides projects.
Okay, well, do you have constraints within your department in terms of the ability to execute on projects? Yes or no?
No, as of
Okay.
today, no.
Okay, could we pull up Genera Exhibit 24, which is Mr. Quinoy's direct testimony? And we'll be going to page 15.
Meanwhile, just ask him the question, please.
Well, I did ask him the question, and now this is impeachment.
Okay, so now impeach him.
I'm waiting for the document to come up.
You don't
Page.
need the document. He's got it in front of him.
Do you, Mr. Quinoy?
Which page?
Did you bring your testimony according to my instructions?
I have it right here.
Okay.
What page?
Page
Okay.
15, lines 11 to 13. For the clerk, page 15. Could go there. Okay.
You're talking about line 10 and 11 on page 15?
Beginning on line 11, and your testimony says, workforce and outsourced services, the budget reflects increased labor costs and a greater reliance on external contractors and engineering firms to accelerate project delivery, particularly where in-house capacity is constrained. Do you see that?
Correct, but that's not project management. I'm talking about A&E, so the engineering part of developing specs.
Is that within your department?
Our department actually subcontracts that work, yes.
I understand you're subcontracting it, but I'm saying, are those functions within the scope of capital project delivery, as it says here?
Yes, but not project managers.
Right, and the reason you're outsourcing it is because you don't have the in-house capacity to do that, right?
We don't have capacity of engineering. We outsource that all the time. That's why I asked you the question if you were talking about project managers specifically. Okay, the engineering side, we outsource that to other companies, which have several contracts
Right.
that they actually help us develop the specifications. And that's why I asked you the question, whether you
Okay.
were specifically
You don't have to
talking about
explain-
project managers.
You don't have to explain why you asked the question. I'm just trying to get a clear answer here. So as to A&E, your Genera's in-house capacity is constrained, right?
In-house, yes,
And that's why you outsource it.
correct.
And by doing that, as you say, you will be able to deliver the projects.
Yeah, I can give you an update on that one. We
No,
closed
I- it's
a big
that's
contract
just
on A&E contractors.
okay. Your counsel can ask you
Yeah.
about the update.
Okay.
So can you give me a sense of to what extent your department plans to rely on external contractors and engineering firms going forward?
Well, not going forward. That's already a plan that is underway. Jesus Intron can probably explain a little bit more as he led those procurement processes. So I'm going to let him.
Okay, but
Talk
just
about
before
that.
you pass the mic,
Hold on, one second. I can't hear two people at once. The translators can't translate two people at once, and everybody knows this. Okay, so everybody relax.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, I don't even know what the question was. Mr. Brady, I know you're trying to hurry, but don't hurry that much. Go ahead, sir.
could you give us a sense of to what extent Genera expects to rely on external contractors and engineering firms as opposed to in-house capacity?
Yeah. I'm gonna pass that to Jesus Intro, who can talk a little bit more about the process that we did.
Thank you.
While you're answering, talking about it a little bit more, you're just going to answer the question, to what extent do you rely on external resources rather than internal resources? And was there a specific, any specificity to the particular activity, sir?
Well, I'm trying to get specificity about both the extent and the nature. So,
Okay, extent and nature, sir.
Yes, Jesus Intron for the record. For the federal projects that are FEMA preferred way to deal with requests for reimbursement, they prefer to contractors. Right now, we are executing a $2 billion portfolio worth in projects. In the last year, we spent $900 million on federal for the projects, batteries and peakers. Everything is outsourced. Right now, it doesn't make any sense for Genera to hire 50 people or 70 people just for a 1 year project or 1.5. So yeah, we outsource A&E project management because those are not, our Genera staff is to operate the units, not to do new projects.
okay, so in terms of the magnitude, I think I heard $100 million for outsourced, right? Is that what you just said?
No, what I said is we are executing right now. We are executing a $2 billion worth in project portfolio, peakers and BESS. Those are in execution and in construction right now. So we outsource around 50 or 60 people right now from engineering, project management, inspectors. Yeah.
And what's the cost of that outsourcing? I thought you said 100 million earlier, but I may have misheard.
To this day, on federal, what Genera is dealing is managing, we already spent around $900 million between the Tesla, the battery project, peaker projects, and other.
Is that on the outsourced cost, or is that the total cost?
Total.
Okay, so what's
Sir,
just the outsourced
it's
cost?
taken us 3 times as long to get a very simple point. Do you know the extent in terms of dollars of the outsourcing, sir? Do you know?
On A&E is 100%.
No.
I will say 90% is outsourced.
No, not the percent, the dollar amount.
I don't have that in the moment, but we can provide that later.
Okay, so then what number are we applying the 90% to? I'm really just trying to get to a dollar amount here. It's that simple.
As of today, around $900 million.
That's what you said was the total amount as opposed to the outsourced amount. If you don't know, just say.
No, I don't have that.
So it's 90% of 900 million.
The total.
That's the total. 90.
Equipment, services, A&E, project management.
Okay, so if I wanted to get to that number, I would multiply 900 million times 0.9, right? That's what you're saying.
It's not an exact number.
Ballpark.
Ballpark, yeah.
Okay. And that is, you said that's to date. So what will that number be going forward? Ballpark.
Well, as of today, we have $2.5 billion obligated.
Okay.
Just for federal investment.
Okay. And then going forward, will it still be true that 90% of that $2.5 billion number is outsourced?
Correct.
Okay. And this is for whoever is most situated to answer it, but in your experience, is it generally more cost effective to outsource things?
In this case, yes, because cash flow here is key, and usually for FEMA to reimburse you costs when it's first account, is the review process of those works takes longer, and again, it doesn't make any sense to hire 70 people just for a 1 year, 2 year project.
Okay, so I want to play that out. So Genera is operating certain generation plants under a fixed and incentive fee construct, right? Generally speaking.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, so I just in terms of how Genera operates here, basically you have a lot of pass-through costs, right? Where you get money from the ratepayers and then spend the money, right?
Yes.
And then the way Genera actually gets compensation, because the pass-through is not compensation, the way Genera gets compensation is through a fixed fee and some kind of an incentive fee, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's some kind of a profit built in because Genera is a for-profit company. Just very generally, I don't think this should be controversial.
Hold on. I'm going to put you on a time limit soon. I know you're not going to like it, but I'm going to do it. So you're going to have to make some choices. Right now, we're supposed to be talking about executability, not the conflicts of interest issue. Okay, I have no choice but to manage this hearing in a way that gets us to December 19th. I don't have to argue about it. Focus on executability, sir.
It is related to executability. I'm speaking about outsourcing versus not outsourcing.
Okay, so what is the point? What is the point that you're trying to make? Come to the point first, and let's work backwards. It'll be faster. What's the point you want to make? That they're spending too much money in outsourcing, and they could spend less money if they did what? Bring people inside?
That is generally the point. Yes.
Okay, well, we don't have to get into the question that they can make profits from their affiliates because that's a general. You're not going to disagree with that. That it's lower cost over the long run to have people inside rather than outside if they're available. Is that correct? Mr. Synthron?
Yes.
Okay, but you have a bunch of reasons why you're not doing that right now, and those reasons, I assume, are not because you want to waste ratepayers' money, are they?
That's correct.
Okay, and those reasons have to do with the quick availability of money when you have to get something done quickly, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, can you be any more specific about it so that this council can learn what he's trying to learn, or is it just a matter of general principles that we're talking about now? That was not a very useful question. Back to council, please. Even I screw up. Yeah.
This Commissioner Ramos, I have a question. The 10% that Mr. Cintron referred to out of the 900 million, what type of activities does Genera do that would cover that 10%, if you can?
Yes, Jesus, interrupt the record again. Yes, for example, let's say critical components. I will give you an example. We have a team, the PMO team, and in the plants that need to do a plan outage of a unit. So they're gonna work on the unit, and that's when we use that schedule to install that critical component that is federally funded. So it doesn't make any sense to bring another outsourced team when we already have people working.
I understand. So that 10% out of that 900 million would be specific projects that you do with force account labor.
Correct.
Not 10% of a project that you do with in-house people.
Yeah, correct. The projects on the legacy units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, could the clerk pull up Genera Exhibit 24, which is Mr. Quinoy's direct testimony, and could you hand the button? Oh, I see you have the mic, so this will be to you, Mr. Quinoy. And could we go to page 19, line 15 or thereabouts?
Are you there, Mr. Quinoy?
Yeah, I am there.
Question, please.
Okay, so do you see this item 86 here, the question?
Yes,
And that is a question that the Energy Bureau asked Genera, correct?
correct.
And then you have an answer there below it.
Yeah.
Okay, and these, it's a multi-part question, but these questions generally relate to a plan by Genera to have slightly over 4,000 megawatts of generation capacity available by the end of phase 1 short-term repairs in July 2024. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the first question is about the status of those repairs.
Sorry, yeah, we just need to clarify the 4,057 is total generation, including the independent producers. Including the independent producers, the 4057.
Okay, so
That's total generation.
like including AES, for example.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And then there's also a question about a goal to reduce the forced outage rate to 24% by July 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now looking at your answer, I just want to understand this better. You say that San Juan 7, Palo Seco 3, and Aguirre 1 were repaired, right?
Correct.
But then you say Aguirre 1 failed in February 2025, right?
Correct. They had a forced outage on the generator.
And what is that unit's status today?
It's still out for repair, acquiring the required necessary parts to perform the repair.
Okay, so it's been out for the better part of a year now, right?
Since February, correct.
And when is it expected back in service?
After summer of next year.
Okay, so grand total, Aguirre 1 is expected to be out for about a year and a half from when it failed.
Between a year to a year and a half.
Okay, so notwithstanding that you said it was repaired, for our purposes here today and for that year and a half, it really wasn't repaired, right?
It was repaired because when we repair one thing, we make sure or try to make sure that it doesn't fail on the same issue. This unit had an outstanding issue on the generator since several years ago, and it finally let go. Remember, we inherited a very damaged fleet that we needed to repair. We're repairing it, but as we repair one thing, just like you mentioned on the last day, the car, you fix something, something else fails. In this case, it was the generator.
Okay, so it's kind of like, the engine fails, you fix it, and then the transmission fails, to use that analogy.
In this case, exactly the generator.
Okay, and then in your answer, you also mentioned San Juan Unit 7, and you said that was repaired, right?
Correct. They had to replace the generator rotor.
But that unit also suffered a forced outage, right?
The failure was on the turbine the second time, so it's a different one. Correct.
And when did that occur?
Memory serves me well. It was in 2024, second half of 24. I don't know exactly the date.
So around a year ago, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Something like that. And when is it expected to be back in service?
Objection to these questions, like relevant for executability.
Yeah, what's the relevance? Assume there's going to be a time limit. What's the relevance?
These are actual historical examples of Genera's rate of repairs and its ability to bring units back online or not in a given period of time. So it bears on the ability to execute large amounts of capital projects within a given amount of time.
And that entire line you could have just put into your brief, right? Because it's all in the materials? Yes?
Well, no, his testimony is not really specific about the timing, which is why I'm trying to elicit that information.
How much time you got left?
Maybe 15 minutes, if that.
All right, make that happen, please. Focus on what you really need for your brief that you can't get anywhere else but from the mouths of these witnesses.
Do you remember the question, Mr. Quinoy?
Can you repeat it again?
When is San Juan Unit 7 expected to be back in service?
Approximately first quarter of 2026, in a few months. Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so out of the 3 units that you mentioned in this response to the Bureau's question, as we sit here today, only one of those repaired units is actually online.
Correct, but they're out on different issues.
That's fine. You answered this question with a yes or a no. Next.
Okay.
And with respect to the Energy Bureau's question about hitting a capacity level, you were not able to achieve that capacity level, right?
The forced outage on Aguirre 1 dropped us down.
So yes or no?
Yes, we could not reach the goal.
Okay, and then going down to page 20 in your testimony, next page. There's a question about achieving the 24% forced outage rate, right? I'm sorry if you could scroll up a little bit, the clerk.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, and your answer was that someone else, some other Genera official would respond on that?
Yeah, that would be Vladimir right next to me.
Okay, great. So what's the answer to this question, Mr. Scoot?
Yeah, we hit that goal.
You hit the 24%.
Yeah, we hit, actually, it was not 24, it was 26% we hit.
Loud, please.
We hit 26%.
Okay, so yeah, what I see here in Mr. Quinoy's testimony, it says in terms of Genera aiming to reduce the forced outage rate to 24%, by July 2024, other Genera officials will respond. So I'm asking you,
Yeah, we hit 26%. So it all depends on whether the units, it's an estimation when it comes to E4. So if a unit comes off and that's all based off of hours, right? So more hours units off, the E4 is going to go up. So we actually hit 26%.
so you hit 26%, but you didn't get it down to 24.
No, I didn't get it down to 24.
Okay, which was the Bureau's question. Okay, and what is it at today?
Currently, right now, I don't have the number right now because it's rolling. So I was only focusing on the numbers that I have for the case, but I can get you that number.
Okay, yeah, and it doesn't have to be like right this second. I understand it's rolling, but do you know generally what it's been the last, like, say, couple of weeks?
It's running. We're running around the same rate, anywhere between 20 to 30. You got to remember that our fiscal year just started. So if we run longer, that number goes down. We tend to be high depending on if the unit comes off or if we're derated. But it's all hours based. So to get an accurate number, I'm better off waiting till the end of the fiscal year. But I can get you a number where we currently are right now.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, back to Mr. Quinoy. Could we go to pages 26 to 27 of the direct testimony? And,
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, do you recall that the Bureau asked you some questions about a project to replace critical components?
Correct.
And Genera originally projected this project to be complete by the end of 2026. Is that right?
The original estimate was 2026.
Okay, and what is the estimate today?
We're looking more likely into 2027 because they also need to be installed, and we need to manage the scheduling of the outages so that we can install the parts.
Okay, so that timeline has actually slipped out from what was projected, right?
Yeah, many units have not been able to go out as they were needed just because of the need in the system.
Louder, please, and slow.
Many of
No,
the.
I heard it. Don't
okay.
repeat it. Go. Next question.
Do you know when within fiscal year 2027 it's expected to be completed? Approximately?
Not at the top of my head. We need to wait until the delivery of parts. Many of these parts are obsolete, and we have been going back and forth with different vendors to ensure the fabrication and delivery of the parts. So some of them are still under negotiation for delivery.
So it could be as late as end of fiscal year 2027.
Objections for cause for speculation.
I'm asking if he knows.
What's the best?
I don't know.
What's the best estimate you can give? Sometime in 27?
Sometime in 27.
All right, next question, please.
Okay, going to, I believe it's the next page, 28. Yes,
Yes, I'm there.
item 91. Do you see that? That's another Energy Bureau question, right?
Yes.
And it relates to an electric system stabilization plan, right?
Yes.
And in the question, the Energy Bureau noted that Genera had omitted a clear timeline for the projects listed in this plan, and it asked for those timelines, right?
Yes.
Could you just go ahead and read your answer to the Energy Bureau's questions?
No, you're not going to do that. Just answer the question that you want to get information for your brief.
Well, I want to ask him about his answer because it's non-responsive. So I can read it or he can read it.
Ask him his question. You're going to tell him it's non-responsive and you get the information you need for your brief. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Quinoy, what did you mean by elaborating an accurate answer to this question is very complex at this time as it depends on many uncertain and evolving variables that would yield an imprecise answer?
Well, the fact that we cannot actually schedule outages properly because of the need of megawatts in the system, as we're so low on reserve, many outages have had to be pushed back, as well as trying to accommodate all the needs for the repairs on these units. We've had a lot of, as you can see, forced outages as well. So our focus is more into the short-term repairs to make sure that these units are back in service properly and we can accommodate for the need of megawatts in the system.
Do you think this answer answered the Bureau's question here?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay, I have a few questions for Mr. Scoot. Am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, could we go to Genera Exhibit 23, page 27?
Is that your testimony, sir? Is that his testimony?
I believe so.
All right, tell us when you're at the page, please.
Okay, go ahead. 27.
Yeah, and that's the page with the BESS completion chart, right?
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, and BESS stands for what?
Bulk electric supply.
That's not related to
Battery electric supply system. Yes.
Okay, so utility scale battery.
Yes, sir.
And then are the years at the bottom of this chart calendar years or fiscal years? It doesn't say.
These years are calendar years. As the time when this was put in, everything shifted. This is what we had during the time, but they're more or less the same.
Okay, so you said everything shifted. Could you elaborate on that?
I'll pass it over to Jesus.
Yes, Jesus Cintron for the record.
Sorry, before you start, could the clerk zoom in on this chart? It's very hard to see. We really just need to see the chart, not the text around. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, now yeah, you could see. And scroll down. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Actually, out of the 6 projects, Palo Seco is moved to the left because the first issue we faced with Palo Seco was that we were not allowed to decommission the bigger units in Palo Seco. So we thought that we may to install other system first to gain capacity, so Luma can authorize us to decommission the units. Now it's going to be moved to the left because we found a place where it's going to be the warehouse. Because most of the issues right now, the critical path for the battery project is the point of interconnections. Some parts that are needed, breakers, and are long lead items. It's not about the construction of the project, it's about lead items for the interconnection point.
Okay, so just so the record is clear, when you say Palo Seco would move to the left, you mean the overall timeline would move earlier in time?
Yeah, it will be moved earlier in time, at least I think last quarter of 2026.
Okay, so I'd like to ask about the Cambalache project. That appears to have a, sorry, so we're clear on acronyms. COD is commercial operation date, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it appears, Cambalache appears to have a commercial operation date essentially in Q4 of this year.
Correct.
Has that occurred?
No.
Okay, and we are in Q4 of this year, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No,
We're not in Q4. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I got the answer. Is it fiscal years or calendar years? Because that affects the answers.
This is calendar years.
Okay,
this is calendar years.
So we are in Q4 of calendar year 25, right?
Yeah, we are on Q4
Yeah.
calendar year 25.
Okay, so Cambalache was 52 megawatts. Cambalache was projected to have a commercial operation date this quarter.
But if you scroll down on this, it almost looks like Q1 of 2026.
Yeah, I mean it's your chart. I
Yeah.
tried to put a ruler and see where it fell on the chart. To me, it looked like Q4 of 25 when I did that, but unfortunately, there's not a level of specificity in the chart where it's easy to see, right?
Yeah, in the case for Cambalache, we issued the first RFP, and basically it was a no-show. We had to relaunch the RFP, and that's why it was moved to second or third quarter for 2026.
Okay, so now the COD for that project is second quarter of calendar 2026.
Correct.
Okay, and then to just walk through those quickly, let's try to go as quickly as possible. Vega Baja, slightly later, looks like Q1 2026.
Scott, this is Commissioner Torres. I just want to ask the attorney, what does he want the commissioners to get out of this? So we can move on, because we're aware of all the projects that Hennet is doing. We have separate dockets for them, and we know the timelines, and we know the reasons why they haven't complied with all the timelines. So what's this line of questioning for the commissioners?
Sure, yeah. So first of all, this testimony was submitted several months ago, and in many of our ROI responses, we've been getting different timelines from what's in the testimony. So I'm actually not clear on the current timeline on a lot of these, and I'm trying to elicit that from the witnesses so we have the most accurate information.
That's not the question he asked. The question is, what's the connection to executability? Now, my understanding of your answer is this, that there's a causal relationship between the facts of delays of the fact of outages and delayed bringing things back online and the ability to execute. That's the rough concept. Is that correct?
Both that and also, for example, with these BEST projects, the execution of new projects not actually meeting their completion date.
Well, my opinion and my ruling is that you've covered enough of that to give examples. We're not going to go through every single plant and do it. And that's my understanding of the answer to your question, sir. Does that help?
Yes, I don't need examples. I just need a number to say out of what Jeanette is requesting, you shouldn't approve 200 million, 100 million, whatever that is.
Well, that's an important argument that council can make in his brief based on the data that he's already developed. You've got the commissioner's attention on the subject. You've got my attention. Is there anything left, sir? Because we are in difficult situation in terms of time.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just ask one general question rather than walking through these. Other than Palo Seco, which you mentioned, the majority of these are not on track to meet their CODs as depicted here, right?
Not the COD.
I'm sorry.
They're gonna meet this schedule is not accurate because it was based on some assumptions. But when you go to the market and issue an RFP, the market came back with another schedule.
Okay.
Basic point here is that there's a lot of NEPR projects with respect to bringing things back online that are behind schedule. Is that correct? A lot.
To the original schedule, yes.
Okay. Sorry?
To the original schedule back in when this was presented, yes.
Yes. I mean, that's what I consider useful cross-examination, but I did it in one sentence. I couldn't have done it without Mr. Brady's help, but I did it in one sentence. And is there anything else left? Because we're getting close to break time.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify to your question because you mentioned repairing things and bringing them back online. These BEST projects are new build projects, not bringing back a resource, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Pointed out in your brief.
Just trying to make sure the record is clear.
This is Vladimir. Not only at the new build, but they have to take the space of where we have there are interconnection points, like Mr. Jesus mentioned. So if we don't get approved decommissioning plan, they're going to be interconnected. We're on a waiting period, so we could have a schedule, and it gets pushed out. It's not for our doing, but it's just how the system is meant. So, we currently have a schedule now that we think it should work based off of all the information that we currently gather. So we got to take that into consideration. Also, I could have a schedule put in, and it may shift depending on the system conditions.
Okay. That's the whole point about executability. It's a question of certainty and uncertainty and what the commissioners need to do about it. It's not a complicated concept in logic. Mr. Brady, we must be close to being done.
We are. Could we go ahead to page 30 of Mr. Scoot's testimony? It'll be the question beginning item 91. And I'd like to see the question and answer on the screen. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Do you recognize this as the same question from the Energy Bureau that I was questioning Mr. Pinoy about a moment ago? And your answer is actually identical to his answer, right? Word for word. You don't need to check it. I'll represent that it is. And it's that same elaborating and accurate answer is very complex kind of phrasing, right?
Yeah, it is complex.
That's okay. That's the answer to the question. Your lawyer will follow up if she needs to. Next question, please.
Yeah, so I'm clear. Bureau asked for a timeline. You didn't give them one, right?
He either did or he didn't. Next question.
That's true. Can he just answer yes or no? Doesn't take any time.
We gave the timeline that we currently have, but in this, there's no timeline.
Thank you. Okay, you submitted a SIR rebuttal in this case, right?
Yep.
To Mr. Engineer Gonzalez, right? Yeah, it's for you. Yeah, sorry. Was that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And in that SIR rebuttal, you discuss labor issues. Is that right?
Objection to this line of questioning. Again, relevance for executability.
Going to be the same, but I'm not going to let you go through a lot of details. Make the general point.
I'm not. It is directly the shortage of skilled workers.
Don't argue. Just go.
arguing because council raised an objection. I was responding to it.
You don't have to answer everything I say, sir. Follow orders. Go.
Would you agree, Mr. Scoot, that the utility sector faces a shortage of skilled workers?
Well, in my department, I look
Yes
at
or no? Yes or no? The hearing examiner is rushing me. I would like you to just
Yes.
answer the question quickly. Yes or no?
yes.
And are there also higher rates of employee absenteeism in Puerto Rico?
That I can't answer. I have to leave that to my HR rep.
Well, it's in your SIR rebuttal, page 19. Lines 3 through 5.
Yes, and as I mentioned before, Jennifer Wishitek will be a witness and she can answer that
I
when she's back.
understand, but this is in Mr. Scoot's SIR rebuttal testimony that he filed in this case, so I'm asking him about it.
If it's in his testimony, it's in his testimony. Next question.
I don't, she said page 19?
Next question.
And as engineer Justo Gonzalez pointed out, those factors contributed to higher than normal absenteeism in Genera's workforce, right?
Objection again, relevance.
The relevance
It
is
is relevant. Next, answer the question.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Next question.
okay. And it's true that from July 2023 to June 2025, Genera generally operated with 12 to 14% fewer employees than it budgeted, right?
Objection, that was not his testimony.
I'm
You
asking.
can answer the question. Be careful of the objections. We don't need more than we're already
I
getting.
don't know.
You would agree that higher absenteeism of employees would generally cause less productivity, right?
Yeah, if we had higher absenteeism, but it depends on what department they're in.
And less productivity means it's harder to execute capital projects, right?
Negative, because in operations, we're not worried about capital projects. We're just worried about operating the units.
Okay, but the general principle we're not going to argue with is that if you have more absenteeism, you have less productivity, right? I'm not saying you're committing some kind of crime. It's a proposition.
No, yeah, of course.
Okay,
That's-
next.
And Genera does have in-house people who work on capital projects, right? It's not the case that you have no one in capital projects at Genera.
Yeah, that's more on Joaquin's department, but yeah, we have people who work on capital projects.
Right. So if those people have higher absenteeism, it will affect the executability of capital projects, right? Just yes or no. And then I'm done.
That's not a yes or no question because
Hold on.
we,
It's a yes or no question in theory. It may not be a yes or no question in terms of its application to you. Is that correct?
agree with you.
Okay, that's all he's asking.
Thank you.
You finished?
I am.
All right, thank you. 1 second. Let me smile and look at my schedule.
And I just want to say for the record, that was a major topic for us within this panel, and I think I did it in less than an hour. So I think it was pretty efficient, Mr. Hempel.
Well, you got the commissioner's attention. Again, you and I, Mr. Brady, are having this disagreement, and it's a respectful one. These things happen from time to time. I have yet to disagree with the purposes of your cross-examination. My only question is whether it is always necessary to start to take so long to get to the point by having all the foundational questions. It's a different in style, and what I suggested, not what I suggested, what I said in my order that I guess has now come out is that I'm directing that we find a way to spend time, and one way is not to eliminate the relevance of lines of questionings, but find a way to get to the point much sooner. For example, I'll just be very brief. I think you made some very important points about the linkage between slippage in repair projects and bringing projects back online and the notion of executability. I think that's an insight that's important. I disagree with you about the extent to which you had to get into the level of details. And what I'm getting at is that I'm trying to manage, 24 days of hearings, and I have to think about the totality of it. And I'm just asking you to join me in that effort and make some triage decisions with this technique of limiting the preliminary questions. That's my ask. And I know I've been in your shoes where it's hard to change, techniques in the middle of a hearing, and you've done a more remarkable job of, managing all that you have, and you're a voice in this hearing room that is unique, and we want to respect it and honor it, encourage it. I'm just trying to get you and I to work together. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. I appreciate how hard your job is. I did read your order last night. In terms of laying the foundation, I think what I'm between here is a rock and a hard place, because if I don't do it, I get objections from my colleague over here at the other table. So,
well, I'll tell you what. Let's try this for just you and I, so we can be friends. Try it my way, and I'll handle her. Okay, because she knows when to speak up, and that's also very important, Ms. Vasquez. You're also doing a very fine job. Now, do you have some redirect, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to do it now?
Yes, I will.
Okay, well, please do it.
This question is for Mr. Quinoy. Earlier, you were asked about A&E contracts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please first explain what an A&E contract is?
Yeah, the term is architecture and engineering. So basically, these are the contracts that we hire specialized engineers to perform the specifications, drawings, and technical requirements that we would need to perform a job. So all these projects usually require some level of engineering on the site, and those are the ones that we hire from A&E contractors.
And I ask you, who would be legally authorized to design and inspect a construction project? Can any type of professional just do that type of design on a project?
No, it will be very specialized. We usually on our specifications require that they have previous experience on this. On companies, I don't know if I'm allowed to say companies, but companies that have a track record, and that's part of the requirements that they have had done this project successfully and have the required specialized professional engineers with the degrees and the certifications necessary.
And do you have any current updates on those type of A&E contracts?
Can you say that again?
You were talking about some updates on the A&E contracts. Do you want to clarify?
Well, as more projects come up, we are in the need of having more required support on these things. So we did a requisition for acquiring more or qualifying more vendors that are in this industry so that we can support the need and the ramp up of all those projects that we're doing. And we have already signed several of these agreements so that we can hire these vendors to support us in the, as Jesus mentioned, project management and engineering capacities.
This question is for Mr. Cintron. Earlier, you were asked questions about past spent on federally funded funds for 24 and 25. Can you really compare past spending with future spending?
Can you explain a little bit more? What do you mean?
Yes.
I'm not crazy about that question because it's a leading question. Try to rephrase it or go to another question. You're not supposed to ask leading questions on redirect, as you know. You can't put words in the witness's mouth. The cross-examiner can, but the redirector cannot. Next.
You were asked questions about the federal funded spent on in the year 24 and 25. Do you recall that?
Object to the question. It was both federal and non-federal, to be clear, that I was asking about.
Okay. Do you see any issue with spending the federal funds and non-federal funds for this fiscal year?
No, there's no issue spending actually we are meeting all the payment schedules as per contracts, both in acquiring equipment and execution. We don't foresee any issues.
How much money, if you know, of the total budgets are already ongoing projects under federal funding?
I would say that only one project is not ongoing right now, which is the Cambalache flood wall. All the rest, meaning peakers, BESS, critical components are ongoing.
Can you please tell us in what fiscal year were the BESS and peakers obligated?
The peakers and BESS, those two, the acquisition of the units, were approved on December 2023 by FEMA, and the installation, I can't recall right now if the installation of batteries was approved in 2024 and fiscal year or 2023. because it was like June or July. And the pickers installation was approved by FEMA like a month ago.
For Mr. Payens, is there anything you can say about Genera's executability?
Well,
1 second. There was no cross of Mr. Payen's on that subject, so I'm not going to allow that question. What's the next question?
So I wouldn't have any more questions.
Okay. All right, then let me look at the clock, please. 1 moment, please. Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
Yes.
Okay, we're at 10:35. I'd like to have us back at 10:50. Thank you. And then we'll turn to the remaining subjects under generation. Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Osorio, I've already sworn you in. Is that correct, gentlemen? No, but in general.
Yeah,
We don't do this every day.
Okay,
It's,
all right.
well, once is enough. We expect you to live with the oath once you've taken it. Welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for your work on behalf of the Puerto Rico community. Mr. Sosa.
Thank you. Good morning again. So we'll be talking now about the matter of hydroelectric generation, and specifically the $1.3 billion in fast federal funding for the reliability of electric supply. There was a surrebuttal on PREPA Exhibit 8401, and whomever believes they can best answer, we'd like to get some clarity as to these initiatives from PREPA, starting with the relation between the initiatives and the electric supply. Specifically, can you provide us a specific dollar amount that is allocated to the
For the record, William Sullivan. So in terms of a direct number related to hydroelectric generation, most of the funding, or a lot of funding, I should say, is going to either systems that support the hydroelectric generation or systems that could indirectly support generation overall. In a lot of cases as well, the projects are going directly towards rehabilitation of damaged dams, irrigation canals. Just to clarify on your question, would you like me to provide you like a general number as to how much money is going to those systems that directly support hydroelectric generation?
Yes,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, there is going to be approximately, I believe it's somewhere between $50 and $70 million going towards hydroelectric supply systems or hydroelectric components. In addition to that, there is dredging programs that are ongoing as well, which I think amount to somewhere around 300 million. I think that's available in the PSP, the exact amounts. Those projects, in some cases, would allow, or expand the amount of water available to those units. So that is what I got. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. And when you mentioned $300 million in dredging,
Mhm.
are these directly related to facilities that will generate electricity, or is this a broader figure on all dredging related activities?
Yeah, it's a broader figure on all dredging related activities.
And of that $300 million, could you be more specific as to which of those dredging activities are tied to increasing electricity generation?
Electricity generation for the hydros, I would need to get back to you on the exact number, probably in conference with Mr. Osorio, as I need to talk to him about in terms of operations as to which plants would supply energy, right? And which reservoirs are associated with those plants, those systems.
And proportionally speaking, can you speak to the dam rehabilitation portion of this initiative?
Yeah, proportionally speaking, the dam rehabilitation portion of this initiative is approximately $700 million. Yeah, I believe it's about $700+ million worth of funding is going towards dam rehabilitation. The lion's share of that component is going towards the Oaxaca Dam project. So.
Can you provide us with the Oaxaca Dam project details as to what cost that entails?
Yeah. As of today, right, the fast allocation, the 428 funding allocation component would be above 560 million. The intent, and one of the things that PREPA is doing is working with Army Corps of Engineers. The intent would be to assist or get co-funding through 406 mitigation for that project. That would be approximately $500 million. The best estimates that I have received thus far in terms of what it would cost to rehabilitate that system would be northwards of $1 billion.
And I do not recall finding in the Sir Bottle testimony a mention of generation in Oaxaca. Is that an accurate assessment?
I believe it. You'd have to ask Mr. Osorio.
Fernando Osorio, for the record, no, there is no generation in Oaxaca. Oaxaca is mostly used for water consumption and irrigation.
Thank you, Mr. Osorio. And on that thought, would it be possible to provide an estimate of what portion is allocated to those water initiatives and the irrigation infrastructure?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. So in your Sir Bottle testimony, and as Mr. Osorio has just mentioned, in Oaxaca specifically, the initiative is more towards issues with water. Now we're looking at what proportion of this $1.3 billion is destined towards irrigation infrastructure or water services?
Specifically irrigation infrastructure. Can I get back to you on that? I can't think of the number in totality of the irrigation projects associated. So I guess, let me just, if I may, just to clarify, right? You are asking in relation to specifically the projects that address the irrigation canals, or are you talking in the totality of both the dredging that increases irrigation as well as the irrigation systems?
Yes, that would be the latter, the totality.
Okay, and then also, as you may be aware, right, a lot of these systems are they have multiple purposes, right? Water from the reservoir in some locations serves to operate both or provide water to the citizens of Puerto Rico in a lot of cases, and in addition to that, produce hydroelectric generation and also provide to the irrigation canals. Would you like me to how would you like me to parse that out? Is my question.
So, has PREPA done an analysis, financially speaking, of the monies that directly impact electric generation versus monies that are destined towards water or irrigation or agriculture, as you mentioned in your soda bottle testimony? Can you make that distinction?
I believe I could make a distinction between what projects could directly support generation capabilities and which projects likely would not support that or directly support that, right? I can give you that number later.
Make sure that everybody understands why we're asking these questions. There's a concern here that $1.3 billion is going to be spent of federal funds that could be used for electric service reliability, of reducing cost, reducing ratepayer contribution. And the concern is some very large portion of the benefits associated with $1.3 billion are not going to have any effect on the electric system at all, but are going to be for all these other purposes. And it's not that anybody's saying one is more important than the other, but that's the reason for this whole line of questions. So it's less important to have the specificity than to have a sense of magnitude. Mm-hmm. Just try it this way. More than 50% of this expenditure is going to be primarily beneficial to non-electric uses, or less than 50%? Do you have some sense of that, sir? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say it's probably less than 50% would go directly towards direct generation, right? And this is part of the reason why I'm asking to clarify. As I understand it, some of the water, for example, in some of our systems also supplies indirectly, right, water to support those turbines, right, that produce electricity. If if that is something that is being requested as well, we can talk about indirect contributions as well as direct contributions to generation plants. And I apologize for all the confusing.
There's no apology and there was no confusion. Yeah, I can tell you're a very precise person. The point is, if we take into account direct and indirect, what would you say? More or less than 50% is really going to be benefiting electric customers?
I would say I'd lean towards less. It would be close, but I'd lean towards less.
Okay, so it's not like a huge super majority of the total 1.3 billion has nothing to do with electricity. It's a kind of a close call, but you're probably leaning towards somewhat less, not a lot less, but somewhat less than 50% is beneficial directly and indirectly to electricity. Is that correct so far?
That is my understanding. I don't know if Mr. Osorio wants to comment just because he has a better understanding of the operations of that water.
Okay, because we're not necessarily making you go through every single item. That may well be Mr. Sosa's purpose, but first I just want to get this context. Mr. Osorio, something to add, sir. Welcome.
Well, directly to generation will go around 100 millions. Those will be adding around 30 megawatts of a renewable base load to the system. The other projects will go directly to supply water, in some cases to the super aqueduct that gives water to Palo Seco and San Juan. And we also give water to AES power plant. So that will be the indirectly supply of water that we are talking about.
Okay, but it sounds like those indirect uses are somewhat minor. Is that an unfair characterization?
Minor, well, the super aqueduct, the main supply of water for that comes directly from Dos Bocas. So
right, but that's not for electric ratepayers, correct?
That will be that water goes directly to Prasa, and Prasa sells the water, treats the water, and sells it to Genera directly to generate power at San Juan and Palo Seco.
Okay. And what portion of the 1.3 billion would you think is associated with that effort, with that benefit?
I believe it is about 150 million is going towards the dredging projects at Dos Bocas and Cañas, that system.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know how you're getting to close to 50%, but maybe when you think about it between now and lunch, you can explain more. Because right now I've just heard 100 million and 150 million, which is not too close to 500 or 550 or 650 million. Okay, sir. Sorry, were you about to add something, please?
Right. As I indicated before, right, some of these systems are interconnected. I need to confer with Mr. Osorio as to specifically what waters go to where. For example, I understand that there is a project or two projects in association with Guayabal. One is a dam rehabilitation project and one is a water, right? As to specifically through the irrigation canals associated with that project in Juana Diaz, where that water ultimately ends up, who ultimately uses that. And that's I guess my, so.
And Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Osorio, in that same thought, when you talk about supplying water, is that service separately billed by PREPA to these customers?
No, the water supply is part of the irrigation channels and is part of the supply of water directly to Prasa. So at the dredging projects that we have 11 dams included in that project. From those 11 dams, there are 3 major dams directly only to Prasa and to irrigation, and the other ones are indirectly or directly related to hydroelectric power.
Okay, and you can illustrate this because I'm not understanding what the relationship is financially in this water supply. So Prasa receives this water supply. Does it sell it? What is the financial dynamic of this water supply to the end customer?
In terms of water, we supply the water, the crude, what we call the raw water to Prasa, and Prasa treats the water and sells it to their customers.
And does PREPA gain any financial benefit from this activity?
Yes, there is a financial gain in the selling the water to Prasa.
And for brevity's purposes, I can talk about it, but if you need recollection, we can pull up the Energy Bureau's approval of fiscal year 25. But are you aware that in this order, the Energy Bureau directed PREPA to segregate costs between irrigation and electricity?
Yes, irrigation is separate in these matters, but what we sell directly to PRASA is different at a rate different than what we sell to irrigation. Irrigation is sold as a really low rate based on 3 different laws created around 1920 to 1950. So it's different rates.
Yes, those very old laws maybe have some reference to an exhibit ROI PREPA 46. If we can pull it up, or if you recall, Mr. Osorio, where you
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Do you
yes.
hear me? No, sorry. Mr. Osorio, if you prefer to testify in Spanish, you can.
No,
You
don't
wish.
worry. If I need
Okay.
to say something in Spanish, I will change to Spanish.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Osorio, if you recall, and if not, we can pull up the exhibit 46 from PREPA, where you respond that currently PREPA is in the process of, first of all, as you mentioned, that these subsidized rates, or at least these lower rates, may not be sufficient to cover irrigation services costs for PREPA, and you're currently in the process of speaking to the central government, who's the entity responsible for bridging that gap between the revenues and the cost of irrigation services. Is that an accurate assessment?
I don't have the information to answer that question. I don't deal directly with that situation.
So for the clerk, can we pull up PREPA Exhibit 46, please? And we'll go to page 2. That will be lines 14 to 20. Please let me know when you finish reading it.
Okay.
So in this statement, you mentioned the deficit between the revenues of irrigation, how you've segregated these costs in accordance to Energy Bureau mandates, and your initiatives to bridge that deficit with the central government authorities. Can you talk to the current state of those initiatives?
I don't have the information to answer that question.
Is that something that PREPA could provide? Mr. Osorio, based on this distinction, why should the electric ratepayer have to assume these costs that are related to irrigation services or water supply?
The PREPA works as a whole company, so we sell water directly to agriculture and other services. So it's part of the services to the country, to the people of Puerto Rico, to maintain the agriculture at the south area of Puerto Rico and the north. And also we sell water to PRASA for the human consumption, and also use that water for power generation in our renewable hydroelectric power.
So it is your understanding that monies destined for the electric system should be used for irrigation services and water supply. Is that your understanding?
That depends on the way that we see the funds that we are talking about. We are not only talking about direct funding for agriculture, but also for projects that need to be done in order to make safe the dams and the water systems.
And in terms of the hydroelectric fleet, can you give us a rough estimate as to what is the current effective available capacity?
Right now, we are around 20 to 25 megawatts, depending on the day.
And specifically for the 1.3 billion hydroelectric rehabilitation, have you done any alternative analysis as to the benefits of reusing that money for other grid reliability investments or generation?
I have not, no. You mean, just to confirm, you mean in comparison of providing that funding towards the rehabilitation projects versus in lieu of that, doing generation projects, do a benefit cost analysis of that?
So these fast monies are
Mhm.
earmarked towards electric stability. And the question is, have you done a cost benefit analysis as to whether those dollars could be deployed for a more impactful use to improve electric supply?
I don't necessarily like, just to clarify, right? I don't necessarily think that this is not impactful. What is being done here? What does this funding is proposed for? As I suggested or indicated, right? Oaxaca Dam is a dam that sustained 500. As of now, right? The estimate is it's going to be $1 billion worth of monies to repair. That site is at the moment, based on the most recent information we've received from our designers, which are Army Corps of Engineers, is in a deteriorating state, right? It is getting worse. The risk associated with that site are pretty large and actually beyond what is typically what they call I believe it's the tolerable risk limits. The tolerable risk limits. They are well above the tolerable risk limits. For Oaxaca, evaluating the societal tolerable risk limits, it's over 100 times more risky than what is societally tolerable, right? This is based on terminology that is used typically to evaluate these types of dams or these types of structures, right? So we have not, to your point, right? We have not done a specific benefit cost analysis whether the public would be better served to receive or for the public would be better served by using that money towards generation in lieu of, public safety or, water supply. But I can look around and see if that's something that we can do.
So when you mentioned that the Oaxaca initiative is an issue of safety, has PREPA explored separate funding sources? Is this a community? Are there community development grants? Are there any other funding sources that address specifically dam safety, flood control?
There are, and PREPA has explored those grants. In fact, another dam that's a extremely high risk asset is Patias Dam. PREPA currently is running a $500 million project towards dam rehabilitation there in the city of Patias, or town. I don't know what you call it, but
and which program is this?
This is CDBG MIT.
In your SOAR rebuttal testimony, you mentioned around $500 million in CDBG MIT. Are you referring to those, or is that another?
It should be $500 million. The funding that is contingent on fast expenditures is the ER1 program, right? Because it is part of the local match, right? The what the state would pay or the agency would pay in terms of their contribution to receiving those federal grants. It should be, and I apologize for that, it should say 500 million, and that is the ER1 program. There's, like I said, in addition to that, we have 550, at the moment, I believe it's $558 million worth of funding directed towards Patias Dam. That is a joint effort between Core 3 and Vivienda, right? That they are administering those grants through the HMGP program and CDBG MIT program. It is a project that is supposed to cover the local match, the local portion of the state of Puerto Rico for across all HMGP projects. Do you want me to?
Can you please spell out MIT?
Mitigation?
Mid for mitigation.
Yeah, exactly.
Mitigation.
I'm sorry. Yeah, mitigation. CDBG mitigation funding. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, yes, we have, PREPA has looked for additional funding for that. They have received some funding for that, but funding is still required to perform some of the activities that are needed to perform dam safety rehabilitation.
So would it be a fair assessment that if this Energy Bureau were to reject any portion of those 1.3 billion, that there are other funding alternatives? Is that a fair assessment?
As far as I'm aware, there would not be funding available through the HMG program at the moment. I believe the application period for that has expired for across the original disaster, which is Maria, as well as I believe for Hurricane Fiona. I could confirm with Core 3 to verify whether that's true. In terms of HMGP programs, I believe those funds have been allocated to specific projects that can be those can be found in their action plan and their CDBG action plan. I'm sorry, did I say CDBG? I meant to say CDBG and their CDBG action plan for CDBG MIT funding. So we'd have to essentially, take money from someone else or some other initiative that they have in order to do that.
So to understand well, you're saying that in the event, for example, hypothetically, that the Energy Bureau were to determine that certain components serve primarily non-electric purposes, those components can be separated and funded through alternative sources.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Those non-electric components could be funded by other sources of funding, both federal or state commonwealth that are available,
right?
Or they may become available.
Yeah, I'm not aware of what non-federal alternatives PREPA has. In terms of the federal funding that is available, I do not believe there are, at the moment, right, alternative federal funding resources available for these projects. I may be wrong, right? But I believe at this moment, based on my understanding of what has been awarded or obligated for the CDBG programs and the HMGP programs, I do not believe there is an avenue that allows us to acquire additional or new funds towards those projects.
And in terms of responsibilities, would you say that PREPA is the sole responsible entity for dam safety and flood control? Are there any other state or federal agencies that share that responsibility?
Fernando Osorio, from our dams, we are responsible for our dams, for what is Oaxaca, Patillas, Guayabal. We are responsible for those dams. There is some other dams that someone have to be responsible for. That is from PRASA, for Natural Resources Department and everything. But we are responsible for the damage that could cause the safety of these dams.
And these 1.3 billion are all directly for your dams, or are there other dams shared by other entities?
No, they are only for the dams, then irrigation channels are and the hydro power plants that are that we are in charge of.
And other entities like the Corps of Engineers or the local Department of Natural Resources, they have no responsibility in this?
No, in these projects.
So in terms of electric generation, you mentioned the current state. You're also suggesting $23 million for the rehabilitation to produce around 5 megawatts of energy. Is that an accurate assessment of what you said in your testimony?
Directly in what What hydro power plant?
Rio Blanco.
Okay, Rio Blanco. Rio Blanco is a really different site because we are part of that site is directly in charge of the United States Forest Service. So we have to comply with FERC regulation. And if we don't comply with the FERC, we are right now in relicensing for the FERC regulation. If we don't comply with them in the repair of this hydroelectric plant, we are obligated to remove every component that we have in El Yunque Forest Service. So removing those components will be much more expensive than the repair of that much needed station. So we have to that the expense of those removal will be in PREPA's behalf. So we don't have any funding. There is no federal funding for the removal of that plant. So we have to, in order to comply with FERC, we have to reestablish the service at that hydroelectric plant.
So when you say you're going through FERC relicensing, how often does this FERC relicensing happen?
It's 10, I think it's 10 years between relicensing.
And was Rio Blanco running 10 years ago?
Yes.
So you mentioned a cost of $178 million for decommissioning. Is that correct?
For decommissioning of Rio Blanco? Yeah, that could be a ballpark figure.
Can you elaborate as to how you arrived to that number?
Yeah, that was in part of our team. We tried to develop as best as we could a cost estimate, noting the considerations required at that site. As Mr. Osorio indicated, that site is located within a national forest. There are environmental restrictions there that prohibit or limit the amount of heavy equipment that can be moved through that area. So we were working under the assumption that the repairs would be done, or I'm sorry, the removal of all the components, which I believe is over 3 miles worth of pipeline and penstock. The removal of those components would all be done in a forest by, hand, manual labor, and, with limited access and limited ability to, move equipment through there.
And what's the current state of that site of Rio Blanco? What's the current state?
The turbines are right now in good service, so they can be operated, but we have a limited access to water. So that's the rehabilitation will be much in the water system directly to the connection between the dams and the penstock to take water to the hydroelectric power plant.
And is it your understanding that it would be necessary to decommission at this time, if not restored? Is that an obligation?
Yes, if we cannot meet the FERC requirements, we have to remove all the equipment that is in the El Yunque forest.
Why is that? Is that a FERC requirement?
That's right.
Can
I can clarify on that. There are, if I'm not mistaken, right? There are letters, correspondence. I only can assume, right? Previously, this had been discussed or considered in the past. There is some correspondence from the early 2000s with specific federal agencies, which were asking whether what would be the process to decommission the site. The response that one of the federal agencies provided, which I believe was forestry, was that the site would need to be completely removed in its totality, and essentially they'd have to bring it back to the state that it was prior to it ever being there, which was, I think, 100 years ago. Did that answer your question? So
I may be more confused now.
Okay, sure.
Can you please elaborate as to the sequence that supports your conclusion that you are obligated to decommission at this point if you don't rehabilitate this site?
There, if the site is not rehabilitated, right? As I understand it, and Fernando, correct me if I'm wrong, FERC will not relicense. If it's not relicensed, we have been requested or instructed to decommission and remove the entirety, the totality of that system from that national forest.
And that is your assessment based on a letter from forestry from the early 2000s? Or is that an assessment from communication specifically of this site?
This is from correspondence from that date in relation to this site for, as I understand it, a similar type of project, which would be removal or decommissioning.
Okay. And has PREPA confirmed that that is still the state that they would have to comply with?
Yes, if we don't get the relicensing from FERC, we have to comply with the requirement of the removal of all the equipment there.
Thank you. So turning to Ingeniero Justo González. Escuchando el testimonio de PREPA, ¿puede explicar si ha cambiado su recomendación al negociado de repriorizar los 1.300 millones de dólares en fondos para la estabilización del sistema eléctrico destinados a las hidroeléctricas?
Muy buenos días, ingeniero Justo González para Record, calidad de consultor. Conozco el sistema de riego y puedo dar fe como director de generación en el 2017 y posteriormente como director ejecutivo de la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica en 2017, 2018, cuando la emergencia de María. Conozco y quiero dividir esto en dos partes, ¿verdad? Quiero ser enfático en los problemas que hubo relacionados a la inundación, el daño que hubo en el lago Oaxaca, que se me convirtió en la emergencia número 1 en ese momento, debido a que amenazaba una población de cerca de 70,000 personas y estábamos preparando todo un plan para llevar a cabo eso, si no se corregía. ¿Qué sucedió allí? Hubo un problema en el sistema, nosotros le conocemos como el spillover de la represa. Esa represa, ¿verdad? No es una represa que tiene compuertas, sino que tiene una chorrera por donde, hecha en concreto, por donde el exceso de nivel pues, va a discurrir. Era tanto lo que allí hubo que algunas losas se desprendieron, creando allí una rotura que amenazaba el estribo del lago. Recuerdo esa emergencia y la lucha que tuvimos que dar para poder estabilizar eso. Y si puedo mencionar nombres aquí de ingenieros, porque fueron figuras importantes allí, el ingeniero Bermúdez y el ingeniero Estremera, que estuvieron trabajando allí, en lo que luego el cuerpo de ingenieros se unió para poder restaurar y estabilizar aquello e impedir perder ese lago, donde 11,000 acres pies de agua iban a bajar amenazando comunidades. Y gracias a Dios se pudo estabilizar. ¿Okay? Por el otro lado está la condición del sistema eléctrico del país, donde un 81% del sistema eléctrico estaba caído. Y habían comunidades que estuvieron sin electricidad por más de 9 meses y medio, hasta decir 10 meses y medio sin electricidad, sin tener electricidad en ese momento. Eran comunidades que estaban siendo afectadas completamente, donde habían personas que yo vi personalmente aquello, porque iba a todas esas áreas. Puerto Rico está energizado desde la costa hasta el centro de las montañas, donde aquellas compañías que vinieron a Puerto Rico se quedaron, ¿verdad?, perplejos con todo aquello. Quiero traer todo esto, ¿verdad?, para poner en perspectiva dos cosas. Es importante la situación de atender los lagos. Estoy correcto, 100%, no le quito el mérito y 100% de acuerdo que hay que atenderlo. Por el otro lado, 100% de acuerdo en atender el sistema eléctrico, las condiciones que al presente no tenemos que hablar de todos los que están aquí, que en cualquier comunidad, inclusive donde yo vivo y en cualquier lugar, todavía vemos los estragos de los huracanes. Todavía los estamos viendo. Y necesita aquellas comunidades de último momento que se les restablezca el sistema y que lo tengan confiable ante cualquier otra situación. Traigo esta perspectiva, ¿verdad? Ambos son importantes. El único problema que estoy viendo es de dónde se están sacando los fondos. Tenemos fondos que fueron para el sistema eléctrico, la restauración del sistema eléctrico. Aquel entonces nos tocó la recuperación. Ahora toca la mitigación, que es ese trabajo permanente que es necesario hacer. ¿Okay? Por el otro lado, tenemos la situación de los lagos. Sí, están sedimentados. Está el problema del lago Patillas, que tiene un problema con sus represas, que está básicamente flotando en un lodazal. Eso estamos conscientes, se le bajó 14 pies a la operación de ese lago para asegurar y estabilizar e impedir que pueda traer un efecto de amenaza al pueblo de Patillas. Estoy consciente, el lago Guayabal de Juana Díaz, que tiene una fisura, que se hizo un acuerdo con el colegio de Mayagüez, con un profesor de estructura, donde él tiene un sistema de medición para esa rajadura y la están monitoreando desde un computador. ¿Okay? O sea, que estoy bien consciente en eso y es una situación, ¿verdad? A mí como consultor, de traer las condiciones reales. ¿Okay? Lo que no estoy de acuerdo es de dónde se obtienen los fondos. ¿Cómo vamos a dejar desprovisto el sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico con 1.3 billones de dólares menos para hacer el trabajo que es necesario hacer también en el área de los lagos? Y pudo haber sido o puede ser trabajado a través de los fondos de CDBG Mitigation. Ahí tenemos el de infraestructura. Ahí teníamos 8.6 billones de dólares. De infraestructura, 2.6 billones de dólares, que está dentro de ese de mitigation. También el caso de las hidroeléctricas. Yo soy de un partidario de trabajo con las hidroeléctricas. Soy ingeniero mecánico. Hay gente que piensa que soy ingeniero eléctrico. No, soy ingeniero mecánico. Tengo mucho conocimiento de eléctrica. Sí, tengo un minor en eléctrica y muchas cosas. Ok. Pero conozco bien la operación de las hidroeléctricas. De que también nos ayudan a resolver el problema de reactivos en las montañas. Sí, correcto. Nos ayudan con el voltaje. En un momento dado, rapid response, porque las puedes tener en una forma de operación donde tan pronto sucede un evento, se sincronizan inmediatamente. Sí, eso es cierto. ¿Verdad? Aquellas que están, pero hemos visto un deterioro bien grande del sistema hidroeléctrico. Unidades como la Yauco 1.1, que es la mayor de Puerto Rico, 25 megavatios da esa unidad, que es correspondiente a una ATM 2500 que hemos hablado aquí anteriormente, o sea, una turbina de gas. Ok, y vemos que todavía está fuera de servicio por largos años. ¿Okay? Hay unos enfoques y unas oportunidades. Hay oportunidades. CDBG Mitigation, aunque tienen ya, ¿verdad?, unos fondos que están en proyecto. Yo creo que esto es un asunto de prioridades. No podemos dejar de hacer ese trabajo como tampoco dejar de hacer el trabajo eléctrico. No podemos coger el dinero de los lagos y usarlo para lo eléctrico, porque es importante estabilizar la condición de los lagos. Tampoco podemos, hablar aquí, tampoco podemos utilizar el dinero eléctrico que aquellas comunidades de arriba en la montaña, posiblemente ante cualquier otro evento, puedan sufrir, pasar el tiempo y ellos quedarse sin electricidad. O sea, lo que estoy diciendo es una relocalización de fondos. Hay fondos federales aquí en Puerto Rico. Para las hidroeléctricas estaban los fondos CDBG, DR, el programa ER1, que, bueno, ER1 es para los co-share. Estamos de acuerdo, 500 millones de dólares que ahora se genera, los está utilizando también. Ya que ya están compitiendo, y ahí es el primero que los utilice, porque realmente lo que hay son 500 millones de dólares. Los usa Prepa, los usa Genera o los usa Luma. En este caso, lo que estoy diciendo, están los fondos CDBG DR, pero el programa ER2. ER2 lo dividió en dos subprogramas, uno que es estratégico y el otro que es competitivo. En el estratégico, que por ser la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica, ¿verdad? Una corporación pública, miren, era para, y es para solicitar esos fondos y acaparar, ¿verdad? Lo que sea necesario para las hidroeléctricas. En ese perfil, mi posición es ambos proyectos, ambos, es importante, la restauración del sistema eléctrico y también la de los lagos. El enfoque tiene que ser en términos de los recursos a utilizarse para llevar a cabo ambos proyectos. Si los vemos de forma macro como proyectos.
Si me permiten, una preguntita. ¿Sí? Buen día. Si hay controversia sobre el uso del agua en términos de suplir los abonados de praza o utilizarla para generación, ¿quién tiene prioridad?
En términos establecidos originalmente era la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica, ahora es Plaza, en términos de suministro para agua potable.
Gracias.
That concludes my questions on hydro. Thank you.
So let's see, we have a couple of choices about how to proceed right now. Well,
We have questions here.
Just one, three. How long has it been the 20 to 25 megawatts in capacity for hydroelectric?
The Yauco one plant is not in these funds directly. Yauco one has been without service before Maria. So these funds right now are specifically for directly for generation will be for Rio Blanco, Caunillas, and Toro Negro power plants.
Okay, but right now, what is the capacity?
Capacity of Yauco one
the whole
is
system,
25.
of the hydroelectric system.
The hydroelectric system, the complete hydroelectric system right now is 25 megawatts.
Exactly. For how long it has been 25 megawatts?
I don't have that information. I was not in charge of the area because before.
Okay, maybe roughly 5 years, 8 years.
Less, I think that will be less.
And how long? What is the maximum capacity it can reach?
It can reach the maximum capacity will be 100.3, I think, megawatts.
Okay, and how long will it take to reach that capacity if the funds are available?
And that will depend on the dredging projects and the repairs. Right now, for the next step will be adding around 30 megawatts with these projects that are ongoing. The other repairs could take longer, depending on the available funds.
But what is long? 3 years?
3 years to 5 years, maybe.
3 to 5 years. To achieve around 100 megawatts.
It could take longer than maybe, depending on the repairs needed. Some of our projects need only to be we need to complete a power line that is in charge of Luma right now. And some of them will only have to be a removal or a dredging project directly related to the water capacity of the hydroelectric plant.
To achieve that, it would be $1.3 billion, right?
No, the $1.3 billion are not directly related to the 100 megawatts capacity. They're related to the safety of the people that live close to Oaxaca, Guayabal, and the other dams that are in not good way. There are 100 years old dams, so the projects are not only to rebuild that dams, but also to take them to the safety that they require in the year 2025. So, and they must continue in service during the rebuilding of the dams. That's why it takes so much money and so long to complete those projects.
Okay, thank you.
So is safety the dominant reason for spending the 1.3 billion?
It's a mixture of power, water supply for the people, and the safety of our people.
Right.
If we are talking about Oaxaca, without Oaxaca, the northwestern side of the island will not have any water. They're the only water supply for 7 municipalities is Oaxaca. So without Oaxaca, there will be around 350,000 customers without service.
That's in your sewer rebuttal, that information, if I recall, correct?
Yes.
So if we look at the three purposes, safety, water supply, electricity, how would you allocate, if you were thinking about the value of the 1.3 billion, Mr. Osorio, how would you weigh portions of the 1.3 billion according to those three purposes of safety, water supply, and electric supply? Would it be a third each, or what would you think, Mr. Osorio?
In terms of percent?
Yeah, in terms of the reason why we're spending, you're proposing to spend the 1.3 billion. How would you divide it up?
I think that around 70 to 75% will be in terms of safety of our community.
70 to 75% in terms of safety of the community, yes.
And then for the water supply and electricity.
The remaining 25% for water supply and electricity, is that correct?
But that will be the 75% is part, if we don't get to repair those dams, the safety of the community will be in danger, and the water supply for the community will also be in danger.
I understand. With respect to the 25% that's not the safety part, what would you figure? Half is a benefit to electricity and half is a benefit to a water supply, roughly, you think?
Well, this system is like a complement of the system. Part of our projects are directly related to dredging, but dredging also give enough supply of water to the electric system, to Plaza, and to the irrigation system. So it's a combined effort. So we cannot. It's really difficult to separate one thing to the other.
Fair enough. So just to restate it, with respect to the 25% that's not the 75% for safety, it really isn't productive to decide which portion of that 25% really is attributable to benefits of electricity versus benefits of water supply. They're too commingled.
That's right. And we also have to take into account that part of this water that we are working on the dredging projects will go directly to supply water for San Juan and Palo Seco plant, and also for AE's plant in Guayama. So directly it's related to the power generation.
Okay. So at the beginning of this subject, Mr. Sullivan told me, think about it in terms of maybe just under 50% would be the benefit to electricity, but you're telling me it's really just a piece of 25%. I don't mean to put you guys, standing outside to start a fight between the two of you, but give the commissioners some kind of clarity about this difference between you, Mr. Sullivan, please.
Yeah, if I may. So I tried again, right, with the understanding that I have of the operations and who this water directly or indirectly provides power in providing power. I identified that about $432 million worth of projects are in association or in relation to some form of direct or indirect generation. I still need to confirm with my with Director Osorio regarding Guayabal as that system specifically, which is another big portion of funding towards that. So
thank you. But that statement you just made about funding 432 million, which is getting close to half of the 1.3 billion. Actually, it's only a third. That's about the spending as opposed to the benefit.
could you clarify? I'm not.
Well, yeah, I think I got the. You were. I'll drop that. I think I found out what I think is findable out, so thank you.
Okay.
So now we have a couple of tasks. We have cross-examination of the PREPA witnesses. We have cross-examination of Mr. Justo Gonzalez. We have redirect of each. So how should we proceed?
Yeah, I have questions before the redirect.
Oh.
Before the cross. Okay, these questions are to PREPA. How much money are you requesting the ratepayers in this revenue requirement?
I don't have the number right here.
Does anyone in PREPA can get that number? You could get that information? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. How much money if you know, how much money did FEMA allocate to PREPA for their projects?
So as of now, right, in terms of what we have projected for our projects, it is that 1.3 billion for fast expenditures. During the original award, right, I think Mr. Hurley's testimony, for example, went pretty well, gave a good analysis of the process that is required to develop that fixed cost estimate. During that process, 880, I believe it's 869 million, or around $860 million was directly contributed because of damages sustained and the work necessary to complete the work along with relation to the irrigation, the hydroelectric, and the dams.
Well, I see PREPA as a whole, as they have their owner of all the assets.
Correct.
So how much was federally funded FEMA allocated for PREPA as a whole?
Fast?
Yes.
It's 10.5 billion, give or take. Yeah.
I believe it's 10.7.
Right.
Is that just for electricity generation, or is it for all of PREPA's assets?
I believe that is up to so with the alternative procedures, right? That which is what is being done in this case, right? PREPA has agreed to a fixed cost estimate in order to perform what the work it deems necessary to, fix its sites. During the initial award, like I said, FEMA identifies all these damages, assigns work to it, or says there's work that needs to be done to fix these damages, and provides a check, a cost estimate. With this award, PREPA has the ability to decide where they want to put money. For example, PREPA can decide that some site is no longer necessary, right, for their operations, in which case PREPA can decide to demolish that structure and build something anew with that funding. So I guess I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. Like, are you asking me who decides where the money goes, or?
No, I want to know if that 10.7 million, because it's my understanding, it's a lot of people's notion that's only for electricity, because PREPA's main purpose is to generate electricity.
Right.
So we believe the $10.7 billion is just to focus on electricity and nothing else. But now I'm hearing water for the people, people need water, the dams are an issue. So does that 10.7 million, does that include those PREPA assets as well?
Right. Those PREPA assets were captured to develop that award of 10.7 billion. So yes, that is, the policy is clear, at least in this measure. It indicates that PREPA can decide to reallocate that funding, right? Perform an alternate project in lieu of, let's say, as an example, right, performing a dam repair. However, the applicant, PREPA, is required to either sell the property, to make it safe, or to demolish the structure, right? That is a requirement in the Papa G version 3.1, which is the Public Assistance Policy and Procedural Guide. In addition to that, right, should PREPA not complete the work, not actually perform the rehabilitation project in a future date. And should a storm occur or some sort of disaster in which that structure is damaged, PREPA cannot claim funding for the specific damages that have already been identified and not repaired in a previous disaster. So in this case, for like Oaxaca Dam, there's $550 million worth of dollars assigned to specific damages that have been identified. If for whatever reason, right, the rest of the structure could fail, this is in accordance to the new policy, and that is a major reason for that failure. FEMA has the ability to decide whether or not that project should receive public assistance funding.
And if that other storm comes and we didn't use that money to fix that Oaxaca Dam, we would have to pay for that repair. It's not FEMA.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be FEMA. There's the possibility that it wouldn't be FEMA. So I don't know. I don't know what PREPA has available to them in terms of acquiring funds to perform capital improvement projects. But my guess is PREPA would be responsible for performing that work.
Okay, is it a fair assessment that chances are it would be the ratepayer?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. What's the importance of, because for me, PREPA was only electricity. What's the importance of the dams and the irrigation for the people of Puerto Rico?
Well, in Puerto Rico, the main source of water for Plaza is PREPA. PREPA has 20 dams of the whole system in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico have 37 dams. From those 37 dams, 9 of those are from Plaza, directly to use for water, and the other 20 are from Puerto Rico, from PREPA.
If you don't supply that water, how many people are going to be affected?
I don't have that number, but at least at the northwest side of the island, that is directly from Oaxaca, it could be 350,000 people, and from the south side, directly from Guanica, Cabo Rojo, on that area is directly from Loco. So we give most of the water directly to them. So
Okay, so it'll be 350,000.
no, in the whole island could be maybe half of the population of Puerto Rico will be directly from the PREPA dams.
1.5 million people
Yes.
would be affected. Is there another agency that would be responsible to supplying this water or getting this water, or is it just PREPA?
No, there could be some wells, some the natural resources have some dams, but mostly for flood control. But PREPA, the dams from PREPA also serves as flood control, water supply for Plaza, irrigation, and in some parts for power generation.
Ok, esta pregunta va para el ingeniero Justo González. Ingeniero, usted dijo que en Oaxaca cuando vino María se vio en peligro 70,000 personas. ¿Qué quiere decir que se vieron en peligro? ¿Que se iban a quedar sin agua o que se iban a morir? ¿O qué querías decir con eso?
Sí. Justo González para Récord. Sí, era peligro inminente de colapso de la represa. Si llegaba al estribo, como se estaba preveyendo, que sucedería si no se actuaba inmediatamente. Era peligro de vidas humanas.
O sea que peligraban las vidas de 70,000 personas.
Eso es correcto.
O sea, y esta tarea es responsable de PREPA, mantener esa represa segura para asegurar que... Usted mencionó que había una grieta en otra represa. ¿Cuál era esa?
Sí, esa grieta es en el lago Guayabal, en la represa del lago Guayabal.
Okay, this question is to PREPA. PREPA at Lake Guayabal, does that fissure, or how do you say, la grieta? Does that still exist? Is that a concern now? Is the $1.3 billion to repair that?
Yeah, there is a component of that $1.3 billion that would go directly towards the rehabilitation of that facility. The Bureau of Reclamation, who performed some of the preliminary investigations on that, identified specific risks with relation to what they call like static loads, essentially just the weight of the dam is an Amberson type dam, right? It is essentially a piece of concrete, and then that piece of concrete holds back the water. That piece of concrete is supported by buttresses. What the evaluations that the Bureau of Reclamation evaluated was whether or not any component within there would fail. What they identified was that there was a substantial risk, meaning there was risk above tolerable risk limits, which are used for dams, right? In association with a static failure, which means just based on the weight of the water and the sediment behind it, as well as in dynamic models, which, in the event of an earthquake, that feature could fail as well. In terms of whether or not a specific fissure was fixed, I could not comment. I don't know.
Okay, let's say that hypothetically that fissure is still there and we didn't fix it now with these funds and that collapses. What hypothetical risk would be to the people of Puerto Rico?
A loss of life is one. Loss of property. There's that risk. Pretty much everything downstream.
How many people are downstream for that dam that would be affected?
I believe the last numbers I saw was close to 8,000 that they did in their modeling. I could get you an exact number that they did in terms of the limits of where the flood would impact. Okay. My guess is there might be other people that may need to be evacuated beyond that. But that I can confirm for you on that one.
Okay, is this $1.3 billion, is this a one-time, do you see it as a one-time opportunity, or did you have this opportunity several times before, or you could get money easily to do these projects?
I would not be the best person to ask about this. That would be the previous director of the water assets, which would be Ingeniero Bermudez. However, from my understanding, in consultation or in conversation with people at PREPA, what they've indicated to me is that over the course, prior to the disaster, over the course of 10, 20 years, PREPA has tried when they have funds available to perform the studies necessary to evaluate the risks that they have at these dams, and has tried to perform measures to improve or make safer these assets. As of now, right, there is a large amount of federal funding available. And so I don't know personally when that would become available again. So yes, I believe PREPA's understanding is that is this is like a one-time opportunity to make use of those funds.
Okay. Out of those 1.3 billion, I heard it could be 100 million to 300 million what you need for to increase electricity to 30 megawatts. And then basically all the rest would be for the irrigation and the safety and potable water.
In terms of directly related to the generation, it will be around 100 million, but that is directly to the to the hydroelectric plants. The other money will be doing indirectly because we need to make the dredging to have more water available and to repair the dams. The 100 million are directly to repairs of the components related to the penstock and the water supply to the hydroelectric plants.
Okay, you have the 4 commissioners there. Let's say we only focus on megawatt generation for this 1.3 billion. and let's say we only say it's 100 million or 300 million for you to focus only on megawatts. What would you tell the commissioners the impact would be, and what would you say to us? If we only focus on generation, electricity generation, and not on the dams and irrigation and all the other items.
Our main focus in most of these funds are the safety of our people, the safety of the people that lives close to these dams, and that could be directly in the path of any major failure of these dams, and also the loss of the capacity to bring this water to the people that lives in those areas, especially Oaxaca, Patillas, and Loco. If we don't have those dams in service or in good service, we cannot supply water. We cannot supply. That will be unsafe for the people in that area. Is the problems with these dams have been identified, and we have to comply with these repairs that are needed. So,
Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
This Commissioner Ramos, we've been discussing $1.3 billion in FEMA funding. Has PREPA proposed any other projects on top of that to the Bureau?
In terms, you're talking about specific to FAST or in terms of other federal funded projects?
Any federal funding?
Yeah, yes, the Patillas Dam is one of those projects, as well as the early warning system, which is a 404 HMGP project, is just to name two, right?
So are you saying it's not part of the FAST bucket?
It's not part of the FAST bucket. It found PREPA has worked to find additional federal funding sources where appropriate. And in that case, Patillas being one of them.
Okay.
Early warning system.
That's fine. So out of the 1.3 billion, that's all FAST. None of that is 406.
Correct. There is co-funding that we anticipate that comes in addition to the 1.3 billion, meaning 406 mitigation. We anticipate, as of today, 700 million. Last week, PREPA had a meeting with FEMA with regards to the dredging projects. FEMA has indicated to PREPA that they are interested in approving or awarding additional funds in relation to the dredging projects to, provide reliability to water service. So 700 million is my best guess, our best estimate now. There is the possibility that it could increase to more co-funding in association.
It would be on top of the 1.3. It would be. I'm looking how to move out of the 1.3 towards mitigation, so we have more money for the.
Understood. Yeah. So
Okay.
we have done that exercise in for a lot of our projects. Case in point, Guayabal Dam. Guayabal Dam, we understood that there was, because we did not have a CDBG MIT project for that or an HMGP project for that. We understood that the best way of adding additional funds to this project was through the 406 mitigation program. Understanding that there was likely to be a FAST component for that project, we have, I think, identified 160 million extra dollars in mitigation funding for that dam. In addition to that, FEMA has indicated to us that once designs are complete, they would reevaluate the spillway, any mitigation added to the spillway. Yes.
Okay. So considering, I believe Oaxaca, Guayabal, and Patillas, those three are the biggest projects, right?
In PREPA's water asset portfolio, I believe so, yeah.
Is it correct to say that none of those have hydro generation associated to them?
No, directly there is no hydro generation there.
Has PREPA considering that those three, I believe those three also provide water resources to Praza.
That's correct.
Has PREPA considered transferring those assets to Praza?
No, that's not considered. Well, in terms of Patillas supplies water to the AES plant in Guayama. This the sole supplier of water to
Yeah,
the
but-
generation of 520 megawatts.
But Praza's selling that water, right?
We transfer that water we sell that water directly to the AES plant,
Oh, that one's
not through Plaza.
directly? Okay,
Yes, that's directly.
okay. Just one last thing, just to clarify, you mentioned there are 27 reservoirs in Puerto Rico,
No, there are 37.
37, and then you mentioned 9 and 20. Could you do that?
Many of those are from Prepa. 9, I think there is 9 from Praza. The other ones goes to Comerío, to Natural Resources Department, and to Serrayes.
I understand. 37, 20, and 9 are from between Praza and Prepa.
That's correct.
Okay, the rest are just other entities. Okay, thank you.
Señor Osorio testificó desde el punto de vista de las hidroeléctricas y con mucha razón que su preocupación, una de sus mayores preocupaciones estriba en la seguridad y en la vida de los ciudadanos si no se utiliza ese dinero para las represas, entre otras cosas. Le pregunto, si no se utiliza ese dinero para reparar la red de transmisión y distribución, ¿no tenemos los mismos problemas de seguridad y aspectos relacionados con la vida de los consumidores del sistema eléctrico en Puerto Rico? ¿No tenemos las mismas preocupaciones?
González para récord. Sí existe la preocupación también de vidas. La diferencia es que actualmente la situación con los lagos ante un evento catastrófico, digamos como otro huracán como María, pondría en condiciones a lago como Oaxaca, si no se hiciese ese proyecto. Lago Guayabal con la situación conocida, que no tan solamente tiene que ser con un catastrófico de huracán, puede ser también con uno sísmico, como el caso también de Patilla, enfatizando esos tres que son los que en peores condiciones están. Esos tres, en términos de cualquier evento catastrófico como tormenta o sismo, puede ocasionar amenazas a las vidas que están aguas abajo de todos ellos. En el caso de Guayabal, el número estimado es bien cercano a ese, pues es la zona que discurre hasta la zona costera de Juana Díaz, es sumamente importante. El caso de Patillas, tienes el lago ubicado a la parte de arriba, la cima, de donde está el pueblo de Patillas, que amenaza directamente inclusive el pueblo. El caso que me falta, Oaxaca, pues eso discurre por ahí hacia abajo completamente en zonas de Isabela y parte de Quebradilla. Estábamos hablando de 70,000 personas que en aquel entonces puede estar. En un caso de evento como ese, en el caso de la electricidad, pues actualmente, ¿verdad? Todos los sistemas eléctricos que están montañas arriba, completos. Y no hablemos de aquellos donde estaba el ojo del huracán, por donde pasó el ojo del huracán, que fueron los que más tiempo estuvieron largos, ¿verdad? Sin la producción, sin tener, perdón, la electricidad, el servicio eléctrico. Llevó a que esas personas allí también estuviesen amenazados de vida. Yo fui personalmente, y lo puedo decir, fui directamente a ver hogares donde habían personas encamadas. Y voy a traer un caso aquí particular. El caso de un jovencito de 17 años que tenía paralesía cerebral y estaba con un ventilador en su hogar. Tenía 2 plantas eléctricas. Cuando fui allí, su mamá llorando me dijo, por poco lo pierdo ayer porque se me apagó la planta y no pude prender la otra. Y ella era una persona, enfermera de profesión, que dejó la profesión para cuidar a su hijo. Me llevo directamente al cuarto, yo vi ese niño y aquello era algo que nos hizo mover cielo y tierra para poder encender ese barrio en una semana. Y lo logramos hacer en aquel entonces, bajo las circunstancias que teníamos. O sea, que estamos hablando de vidas en ambos lados. ¿Dónde más peligroso uno de ellos? Depende de las circunstancias. Si hay un sismo, si hay un huracán fuerte, como, porque se registró 48 pulgadas de agua, 48 horas en la cuenca del lago Oaxaca, versus lo que es otra situación de tormenta y que esas familias se queden largo tiempo sin electricidad.
A ver si entendí. En ambos casos hay un asunto de vida y de seguridad. Sin embargo, usted está diciendo que con relación al sistema eléctrico, no la represa, no, el sistema eléctrico per se, esos elementos están latentes al día de hoy y hay que invertir en el sistema para erradicarlos. Con relación a las represas, estarían latentes en caso de otro fenómeno. Más o menos esa es la gran distinción que usted está haciendo.
Justo González para récord, es correcto. O sea, están latentes ambos de acuerdo a las circunstancias que vaya a ocurrir. Mi preocupación es que una cosa no deje a la otra. Por eso yo hice el énfasis que ambas son importantes. Son de igual importancia atenderlas. Y tenemos unos presupuestos, unas oportunidades, tanto para levantar el sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico. Y yo digo, aprender de las lecciones del huracán María, no podemos olvidar eso. Y utilizar correctamente los fondos, cada fondo, y que se utilicen para lo que es y fue confesionado esos programas. De que existen otros programas para agua, sí existen. Es cuestión de prioridad y ver la oportunidad que existe para ellos utilizarlo y lograr esos proyectos.
Okay. Una última pregunta. En términos de maximizar la salida, el output, salida de las hidroeléctricas, hay dos filosofías. Dragar y darle un upgrade, mejorar la turbina. Hasta donde yo tengo entendido, hoy día es más costo efectivo darle un upgrade a la turbina. ¿Me equivoco?
Okay. Sí, inmediatamente darle un upgrade a las turbinas aumenta la capacidad de ellas. Si estamos hablando de lo que se conoce como retrofit, que es una mejora que puede ser cambio en el arreglo de esa turbina como tal para ser más eficiente.
Eficiencia.
Exactamente. Entonces utilizaría la misma cantidad de agua, pero con una producción mayor de electricidad. En términos de lo que es el dragado, lo que garantiza es tener más agua, mayor. Tenemos que diferenciar, y esto es un poco difícil, tenemos que diferenciar lo que es potencia eléctrica de lo que es energía. Al dragar los lagos tendrían más energía para suministrar. Al hacer la mejora en el sistema de las turbinas tendría más potencia. O sea que es la capacidad de energía por poco tiempo. En este tiempo medido por tiempo. Lo que nos mide a nosotros como clientes son, ¿verdad? Para aclarar este punto, es energía. Nos mide kilovatios multiplicado por las horas. Y ahí cancela el término de tiempo. En lo que nosotros se nos acumula cuando nosotros utilizamos es energía, kilovatios hora, 400 kilovatios hora, 600 kilovatios hora. En términos de la reserva de agua, todo eso se convierte como en una batería. Es una batería, lo único de agua que va y la planta lo va a convertir básicamente en electricidad. Reserva.
Thank you, Counsel. I'm going to suggest that you do your cross-examination of Mr. Justo Gonzalez now. Does that work for you? I'm talking to Ms. Vasquez.
I don't have any cross on this subject.
Okay. Well, then let's ask who who has cross-examined? Does anybody else have cross of Mr. Justo Gonzalez? You, 1 second, please. Do you?
We do have a few questions for him and for the PREPA's
Right,
witness.
let's just start with Mr. Gonzalez, okay?
Okay.
Hold on, I want to get a poll first. Do you have questions for Mr. Justo Gonzalez?
Yes, just one.
Okay, 1 second. And sir, I have not been introduced to you. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. This is Isaac Glassman from White and Case on behalf of Golden Tree Asset Management, speaking for the bondholders.
Welcome, Mr. Glassman. And you have some questions for Mr. Justo Gonzalez?
No questions for
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez.
All right, anybody else has some questions for Mr. Justo Gonzalez? Okay, let's get the questions from Mr. Justo Gonzalez, and then we'll talk about the cross-examination of the, I assume, Mr. Glassman, you have the, you have questions for the two gentlemen from PREPA?
That's correct.
Okay, well, we'll get to you in a second, sir. Thank you for being here. Where are you coming from?
New York.
Yeah, which borough?
I work in New York. I live in New Jersey now.
Oh, which county?
Essex County.
Okay, I grew up in Bergen County. Okay, Mr. Vasquez Melendez.
Buenos días, señor ingeniero González. De tener la decisión usted de redirigir esos 1.3 billones, ¿los redirigiría en transmisión, distribución, generación o en las hidroeléctricas? ¿Cómo lo dividiría?
No hubiese llegado a este momento aquí, de tener que decidir entre uno y el otro. Ambos se tenían que hacer. Y yo iba a buscar los fondos que eran para los lagos y los dragados en los fondos de mitigación y de infra de CDBG. Y también la parte eléctrica, dedicarla para eso. No hubiese llegado de verdad a esto. Si yo hubiese sido el director, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué? Porque yo fui consciente y viví aquello. Viví aquello y me tocó elegir en un momento dado qué atender primero. Y tuve que en un momento dado atender primero los lagos. Claro, porque tenía un lago que estaba amenazando toda una comunidad, que era el lago Oaxaca. O sea, jamás hubiese permitido que llegara a tomarle a los comisionados una decisión tan difícil como esta, cuando habían otros fondos que podían cubrir esto.
Entendemos, señor ingeniero González, pero estamos en la situación y le pregunto a usted, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo lo dividiría entre transmisión y distribución, generación o en las hidroeléctricas? ¿Cómo haría esa división? En cuestión de prioridad, obviamente.
Ok, estamos hablando en términos de la prioridad. Los lagos tienen una situación, especialmente el lago Oaxaca y el lago Guayabal y el lago Patilla. Tengo que mencionarlos los tres. Todas situaciones particulares. Ante la situación, si no hay más nada de fondos, nos obliga a utilizarlos. Porque ante las circunstancias, las condiciones que tiene, no, hay que atenderlas. Hay que atenderlas. Por el otro lado, sabiendo que dejaría comunidades que no tienen un sistema eléctrico ahora mismo confiable debido a la infraestructura. Infraestructura que está dañada por los huracanes María, comenzando con Irma, María y también Fiona. O sea, siendo consciente de eso, sería algo también altamente doloroso dejar también esas comunidades a expensas de apagones, porque así están viviendo. Y esto nos lleva a que nosotros, ¿verdad? En términos, tengamos que priorizar y que no debió haber llegado hasta este punto. No debió haber llegado hasta este punto. Priorizar. Pero digo que puede existir la oportunidad todavía de buscar esos fondos. Esto es cuestión de prioridad, de buscar los fondos, porque ambos son importantes.
No más preguntas, muchas gracias.
It's 12:25. Let's try to make a good decision. Mr. Glassman, give me an estimate of your cross-examination of the PREPA witnesses, please.
No more than 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, well, why don't we do it now? And if you're going to have any redirect, I'll ask you how much, but we may leave that for after lunch if that's going to be faster.
That would be PREPA's counsel.
I'm sorry. Do you have any cross-examination? Because I didn't mean to skip over you so far. Ma'am? Okay, no cross-examination of Mr. Justo Gonzalez. Okay, thank you. See, I'm used to having the person involved. We should have moved you up here today, and it's our fault. Okay, thank you. And I understand Ms. Valle is not well today, so we all wish her a speedy recovery. Mr. Glassman, welcome. Welcome from Essex County.
Thank you, sir.
And go right into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Osorio. Questions are for either or both of you, so feel free to respond as you see fit. You testified that PREPA is paid for selling water to PRASA, correct?
We sell water directly to PRASA.
Do you know the rate that PREPA is paid by PRASA for that water?
No, I don't have that number right now here.
Do you know how much PREPA was paid for water sold to PRASA during the most recent fiscal year?
And no, I have to get that number.
By the way, excuse me, is that a negotiated rate, by the way?
That's in a contract, a long-term contract, so I think it's
negotiated.
Negotiated.
It's not statutory.
I don't think so. I
No.
have to check that.
And it's not set by a regulator.
No, I don't believe so.
I have this dim recollection from the rate case 10 years ago that the negotiations were done without the electric customers being in the room, so that basically you're playing with other people's money. Is that correct? I'm just trying to remember from 10 years ago.
I was not related to that 10 years ago. So
Okay.
I don't know.
But you don't involve the electric ratepayers in determining what the rate's going to be paid.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Mr. Glassman?
Do you know when the contract between PREPA and PRASA is up for renegotiation?
The next contract I think will expire in 2028. That is directly to the point of sale, and I think the rates are included also.
Have negotiations on the new contract already begun?
Not that I know.
Do you have any sense of when they will begin?
No.
And I believe you also testified that PRASA resells water to AES. Is that correct?
No, we sell directly to AES.
I'm sorry. PREPA sells directly to AES. Do you know the rate that PREPA receives from AES?
No, I don't have that number.
And that's also subject to a contract between PREPA and AES?
That's right.
And do you know what the term of that contract is?
No, I don't have.
I apologize here if I'm retreading on old ground. I just want to make sure I have the numbers right. Of the 1.3 billion proposed investment in the hydro facilities, it's roughly 100 million that goes directly to generation, correct?
Yes, close to that.
And certain other amounts indirectly benefit generation, correct?
Yes.
And that's about 100 or 150 million?
That depends, because part of the water goes directly to generation in AES plant. Part goes to San Juan and Palo Seco. That it cannot be directly quantified. This as a complement, we use the money for the stability of the dams, the water channels, and the repairs of the hydroelectric system and the dredging of the lakes.
Understood. Do you have a ballpark estimate, though?
No, I don't have that number right now.
Yeah, I think I tried doing the math while we were talking. As far as I am aware right now, there's about $430 million worth of projects that would, in some way are related indirectly or directly to generation projects or generation.
Thank you. And if these investments are approved, that would add about 30 megawatts?
The investments will be adding not only 30 megawatts, but also enough water to supply to the other systems that are in service right now.
Sorry, William Sullivan here. May I make a question about, you said approved by whom?
Approved as a part of this proceeding.
Okay. All right, just clarifying.
So, but the answer is 30 megawatts? I believe that's what was testified to?
The 30 megawatts would be in additional than the 25 that we have right now.
Right. So if approved, if the investments are approved as a function of this proceeding, it'll be 55 total. The 30 that would come from this investment plus the 25 that's pre-existing, correct?
That's right. Close to 55 megawatts.
Okay. And again, let's assume for the sake of argument that the investments are approved and you do in fact achieve 55 megawatts from the hydroelectric facilities. What percentage of Puerto Rico's total electricity generation capacity would be attributable to the hydroelectric facilities?
I think that will be less than 1%.
Do you know how much less than 1%?
No, that depends on the time of the day but the importance of these hydro plants is that not only that they are renewable, but they are also base load. We can add that load to the system when it is available. And we also supply water directly after the generation. So it's a dual purpose system.
And you also testified, and I apologize, I can't remember which one of you, that the maximum generation capacity of the hydroelectric facilities is up to 100 megawatts, correct?
And that's correct.
How much do you project it would cost to achieve 100 megawatts from the hydroelectric facilities?
I don't have that number right now.
Is it your position that rehabilitating PREPA's hydroelectric facilities is time sensitive?
In terms of time sensitive of terms of what? The availability of funds or?
No, is it urgent in your mind to rehabilitate these hydroelectric facilities?
Yeah, yes, it's part of our goal.
It's urgent.
In terms of the electric system, it will be in terms of power. The whole project is in terms of safety, water supply, and power.
Right, but the urgency, is the urgency as related to electricity supply, water supply, or safety? Is it equivalent for all three, the urgency?
No, the urgency of these whole projects are first the safety of the people of Puerto Rico.
Mr. Glassman.
As of today, none of the FAST funding has been obligated, correct?
For PREPA projects, there is just, I believe, 2 obligations that have occurred. That's about $12 million.
2 obligations for the hydroelectric facilities?
For hydroelectric, I apologize. For hydroelectric facilities, yeah, you are correct. There is no federal funding or no obligations thus far.
Has PREPA submitted any completed designs or scopes of work for the hydroelectric facilities?
Well, we have submitted, we are in the process right now, and in the past 2 months have submitted designs as well as scopes of works for some of the dredging projects.
How many total projects have you submitted completed scopes of work for?
Thus far, it's been 2 completed scopes of work for dredging. We've submitted. Can I clarify that, I guess?
I'm just curious about completed scopes of work. Your council can do redirect. The original FAST funding award was granted in 2020. Is that right?
About that time, yes.
How many hydroelectric projects that are potentially eligible for FAST funding are there total?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. You testified that there are 2 completed scopes of work that have been submitted for hydro projects, correct?
Yes, they're in relation to dredging. They would be indirect. What we're talking about, the indirect, right?
How many other scopes of work in relation to the hydroelectric facilities is PREPA currently working on?
Right. We are working on all of them. It's more than 20.
More than 20. And when do you expect that the remaining scopes of work that have not been submitted will in fact be submitted?
It depends on the project. For example, the Oaxaca project is currently still going through preliminary studies and investigations. The design process for that following that would be about 2 years. So we don't anticipate submitting a finalized detailed scope of work for that for at least 1 to 2 years, right? For the dredging projects, we have been receiving the 30% designs for those projects. We are working with our technical experts to do evaluations on the technical, aspects of that project to perform a review. Once that is completed, we have been submitting those documents to FEMA. So those ones we anticipate that we should have probably all the dredging projects submitted by sometime within the next 5 to 6 months.
So for the remaining projects, it's somewhere between 5 to 6 months on one extreme and 2 years on the other extreme?
It's somewhere, yeah, between that. There's like, Guayabal is another one that would be a complex, like Oaxaca Dam. Guayabal Dam is also fairly complex. For the hydros, we're also anticipating that sometime next year we will be submitting those documents as well.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, you were asked about other funding available for the hydroelectric projects if some amount of the 1.3 billion in fast funding were reallocated to other projects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that certain alternative sources of funding may have expired. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Which funding sources were you referring to?
I meant the application period of the two proposed projects for those funding sources has expired. And, the one that I'm specific to is the HMGP program. I'm also aware that for some of these programs, for example, the CDBG MIT program, Vivienda, who is the administrates those funds, is responsible to meet specific performance objectives with HUD in order to, assure those funds are spent. So, whether or not they're willing to accept new projects, I don't know. What I meant is HMGP MIT.
And how much? I'm sorry. Can you say that source one more time for me?
I'm sorry. HMGP.
HMGP.
Yeah.
Thank you. How much funding, to the best of your understanding, had been available from HMGP?
I would have to double check that.
Do you know why PREPA didn't apply for funding from HMGP?
We did apply for funding. Yeah, we applied 2 projects for funding and we got a total of about $658 million worth of funding. From there, one of our projects, which is the Petias Dam project, is being right now used as the global match component for the remainder of the HMGP projects.
But there was additional available funding, to the best of your understanding, that you didn't apply for?
I do not believe there was. I don't know. I really can't answer that.
In your rebuttal testimony, you stated a concern that if FAST funds are reallocated from the hydroelectric projects to different projects with greater reliability impacts, there's a risk that FEMA or HUD could rescind certain co-investment funding that would potentially benefit those projects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you quantified or analyzed the likelihood of FEMA or HUD rescinding that funding if any of the FAST funds are reallocated?
That would be, honestly, I'd have to talk with those people directly for that. But for specific to the HMGP and the CDBG funding that you're discussing.
But sitting here today, you have not done any assessment of the likelihood of that co-investment funding being rescinded, correct?
I have done somewhat of an assessment. As part of my job, project formulation, I assist PREPA in evaluating how to submit projects in order to acquire as much federal investment as possible, right? Part of that you're referencing, the co-funding available to PREPA. One of those is the 406 mitigation co-funding, right? That co-funding, because it's associated with our specific damages, would not be, we'd lose that co-funding. In terms of the projects that we have for HMGP and CDBG MIT, those are 2 projects that are associated with updates that they did to Disaster Recovery Reform Act. In that, what they provide is they allocate funding for early warning systems is one of the things. Now, my concern, I don't know how much of a risk it is, but my concern is that FEMA may scratch their heads a little bit should we decide not to rehabilitate projects as to why we're funding, an early warning system if PREPA is not willing to maintain those assets.
But let me ask you about quantifying the risk. You have not quantified the risk that FEMA would rescind any of its Section 406 funding if any of the FAST funds are reallocated, correct?
The Section 406 funding I quantified, it would be the $700 million that's associated to our damages would be gone.
And you quantify that there is a 100% risk that it would be gone?
If the projects cease to exist, that money would be essentially not usable towards our projects, right? They would stop existing.
And have you quantified the risk with respect to the CDBG funding?
I cannot. Again, that one is subject to a decision by FEMA or Vivienda. It would be either all or none, but it's up to them to decide whether that's important.
He's asking if you have a sense of the percentage chance that they'll go one way or the other. Do you?
I do not.
Okay, next.
To your knowledge, has PREPA made any inquiries with FEMA or HUD about reallocating the co-investment funding to different projects that would have more immediate reliability impacts?
As far as I'm aware, no, we have not discussed that with them.
Right. Nothing further.
Both of you, Osorio and Sullivan, you keep saying during your testimony that the repair of the dam is urgent. There is life that shall be protected. Then my question is, if so urgent, why didn't PREPA come to us in the provisional rate and ask for the money?
I don't have an answer to that.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Ramos. I have a couple questions. First of all, are all PREPA projects submitted through the FAST mechanism? Are they all eligible for the cost share through the ER1 program?
It's unclear. Vivienda would make that determination whether or not they're eligible
So is a possibility that some of the projects would not be eligible for the
local match.
For the match.
If Vivienda were to determine that. There's, oh, go ahead.
No, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
There's only $500 million for cost share, so there's going to be a lack of funding, if you will, for that purpose. PREPA has a revenue stream for so the supply of water and irrigation water, right? And the Bureau has asked PREPA to segregate the costs for the hydro part and the irrigation, right? And there's looking at, if we could bring up Exhibit 46, page 2 earlier. Here at the end of this reply, PREPA is saying that it's in the process of arranging discussions to communicate the fiscal year 2026 irrigation district budget deficit to the relevant central government authorities to request a full cost recovery. My question is, does the irrigation part of the operation always work on a deficit?
I don't have the answer to that. You have to ask the finance group. I don't have the answer to that. We have to ask the finance group. I don't know.
Okay. And there's $4 million that come out of the ratepayers. It's subsidized to for the irrigation district, and it comes to the ratepayers. Do you know how that number was determined, that $4 million, and how many years it's been the same?
No, I don't know that information.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Hampton, may I?
How long?
Less than 10 minutes. Just less than 10 minutes. It's a few questions, just a few minutes.
You haven't done your cross yet?
To them now?
Oh, okay. Do people want to take their lunch? Looks like, and what kind of redirect do you have, ma'am? I'm so sorry. Again, I've been doing this. How much redirect do you have, ma'am?
It's about 10 minutes, but we could do it after lunch.
Okay, let's do both. Do you mind if we wait till after lunch?
I have no problem.
Does anybody mind if he does it 10 minutes now? if I phrase it that way, nobody wants to say their mind. So do your 10 minutes now, and you can look at your redirect after lunch. And then I want to share with you some thoughts that I've been having about some better ways to allocate time, and you can think about it for the rest of the day. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Attorney Pedro Vasquez on behalf of the OIPC. I will address Engineer Osorio. I will do it in Spanish. Buen día, señor Osorio, ingeniero. Le pregunto, como director de las hidroeléctricas, ¿cuál es su rol en la negociación de los, ¿verdad?, de los rates que se le cobran a los que se sirven del sistema de irrigación?
No trabajo directamente en la parte de los rates.
No trabaja. No sé si a preguntas del compañero abogado ya se la habían hecho. ¿Sabe cuándo fue la última vez que se negoció esas tarifas?
Por lo menos la última que tengo de agua no
I'm sorry, the translator is behind.
Okay.
I'll be just draft. Everybody look at me, and I'll tell you when you can talk and when you can't talk, and I don't mean it personally. Okay, can we hear the question again, please, sir?
Sí.
Mr. Brady.
Si recuerda cuándo fue la última vez que se renegoció esa tarifa.
No tengo esa información. Sí sé que el contrato de acueductos es hasta el 2028.
¿Está consciente, Prepa, de que hay una orden vigente del negociado que indica que tiene que incluir a la OIPC en la negociación de las tarifas que se cobran?
Esa información no la tenía directamente, pero no trabajo directamente en la renegociación. Eso pues, en el momento que me corresponda, pues sí, verificaremos con todo el grupo legal, el financiero y el personal que sea necesario.
Ms. Zayas, I want to call emphatic attention to what you just heard. I can remember this from 10 years ago. I was sitting in this room. I wrote those sentences into the 2017 order. I'm the one that asked the witnesses, are you negotiating with other people here and coming up with the rate between PREPA and PRASA for water, which result would make a difference into how much of the difference in cost was going to be covered by the customers. I said, are you negotiating with the people's money? I don't remember what the answer was, but I do remember putting a paragraph into that order, which 3 commissioners signed. Back then it was 3 that said we cannot have this. And that's why this gentleman is asking that question. Now, it's not your fault because you're not the one that failed to read and apply the 2017 order, but I can be sure that 25 people behind me are going to be quite concerned and are quite concerned with the fact that an order that was issued by this body, specifically limiting what you can recover from ratepayers, has been basically disobeyed for the last 10 years. Is that the point of this question?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, please continue.
Pasando a otro tema, siendo usted el director de las hidroeléctricas, su función es precisamente velar y su prioridad principal son las hidroeléctricas, ¿correcto?
Mi prioridad principal. La prioridad principal es la operación del sistema de hidroeléctricas y el de riego también. Son ambos.
En el supuesto que tuviera, no solamente bajo supervisión, ¿verdad? Si todavía la autoridad PREPA estuviera a cargo, tanto, ¿verdad?, de la administración de la generación y la transmisión y de la generación, ¿sería todavía su prioridad redirigir los 1.3 billones solamente a las hidroeléctricas?
Eso es una pregunta un poco hipotética. Tendría que verificar en ese momento si nosotros trabajáramos todo el sistema y todos los fondos fueran para nosotros, tendríamos que redirigir los fondos a las áreas prioritarias. Y en este caso, lo que tiene que ver y lo que se ha redirigido o lo que se ha dirigido a la parte de las hidroeléctricas y las represas es la cantidad que yo entiendo que sería razonable para estos fondos que tenemos disponibles en este momento.
Dijo de las áreas prioritarias. Eso incluiría transmisión y generación e hidroeléctrica. Consideraría las tres.
Si me tocara hipotéticamente ser el director de todas las áreas, tendría que hacer una división del dinero de acuerdo a las prioridades, pero en este momento yo entiendo que la prioridad el dinero que se asignó a la zona de lo que tiene que ver con riego y las hidroeléctricas es el dinero necesario para poder poner ese sistema no solamente de una manera segura, sino eficiente y reliable.
Pero la decisión que usted ha tomado o que han tomado la autoridad para redirigir los 1.3 billones es precisamente porque lo único que usted tiene a su consideración es riego e hidroeléctricas, ¿correcto?
Esa decisión no tengo la información de cómo fue que se redirigió ese dinero, pero sí se hizo un assessment de las necesidades de las represas en cuanto a la seguridad de las represas, de los sistemas de riego y de las hidroeléctricas que estaban en daño. De ahí fue que salió ese dinero, porque no solamente es el suplido de agua para nosotros, para las hidroeléctricas y para riego, sino también para acueductos y la seguridad del personal que pueda vivir agua abajo de estas represas.
No evaluó nada más porque no tenía más nada que evaluar, porque no tiene otras áreas para qué evaluar ese dinero, ¿correcto?
Esta evaluación no la tomé yo, fue una evaluación que se tiene que haber hecho en consenso de cuáles eran las necesidades de cada una de las áreas para entonces hacer una distribución de esos fondos.
La pregunta es un sí o no, ¿sabe? Evaluó solamente las hidroeléctricas porque es lo que tiene usted a cargo. No toma en consideración la totalidad del sistema en cuestión de la necesidad que tienen los otros componentes del sistema, ¿correcto?
Objection, objeción. Ya se contestó la pregunta.
Let's just get the answer.
Realmente no creo que se haya tomado solamente en consideración esto. El dinero se debe haber tomado en consideración tomando todas las necesidades del sistema para poder redistribuir ese dinero adecuadamente.
¿Cuántos años usted lleva trabajando para Prepa?
30 años.
Dentro de esos 30 años, ¿qué prioridad le había dado la autoridad a las hidroeléctricas y al sistema de riego?
La autoridad le daba prioridad básicamente a todo el sistema dependiendo del área que fuera necesaria y había sus jefes a cargo de cada uno de los sistemas. El área quizás de las hidroeléctricas no necesariamente era la prioridad principal, pero sí el sistema de riego y el sistema de lagos era un sistema que estaba dentro de las prioridades de la autoridad y sí se tomaba en consideración en términos de su mantenimiento y su personal asignado.
La realidad es que si hubiera sido una prioridad, no estaría en el estado en que se encuentra hoy día tanto el sistema de riego como las hidroeléctricas, ¿correcto?
Los sistemas de riego y de las hidroeléctricas dependen en gran mayoría de los lagos, lo cual requiere un mantenimiento altamente costoso y que requiere trabajo manual. Eso quizás es lo que provoca el que luego de un huracán como el que tuvimos con María o luego de unas lluvias fuertes como la que hemos tenido fuera de estos tiempos, más allá de lo que quizás se puede controlar con los 250 empleados que nos quedan actualmente. Y no quiere decir que por esto el sistema haya estado olvidado, el sistema nunca estuvo olvidado, sino pues actualmente no estuviera ni siquiera operacional de ninguna manera.
No tenemos más preguntas.
Why don't we do the redirect and get it done? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Again, me.
By the time I get it right, it'll be too late. Ms. Zayas.
It's okay. Can it be after lunch?
Okay.
Please?
All right,
Thank you.
folks, thank you. We're about to go to lunch. Thank you for a long morning and for your patience. So I have a thought about time allocation. Can I get everybody's attention before you run off to lunch? The panel's excused, of course. I have not run this by the commissioners, although as far as I can tell up to now, the commissioners agree with what I wrote last night and agree with fundamentally the need for us all to find a way to prioritize. But here's a thought, and it's just coming from me. Obviously, we have to do something because we have this common resource, which is the totality of the 120 to 140 hours. We do have to be done by December 19th for a variety of reasons, all stemming back from the April 19th statutory deadline and the requirement that the 5 commissioners deliberate and that we write a 500-page order. We already have a gross allocation of time that's represented by the calendar itself. And as far as I'm concerned, having consulted with the commissioners and with the consultants, the time allocation that's on today's panel schedule, which has roughly stayed the same from the very beginning, is fixed. So the question is how to allocate, each item among the various things that go on here, right? There's the questioning by the examiner and his colleagues. There's questioning by the commissioners. There's cross-examination by the parties. There's redirect. Everybody with me? What I am thinking about doing, and what I'd like is your reaction when we get together late this afternoon, is this. And I hadn't planned on doing this level of allocation, but I'm beginning to realize that the more notice that everybody has, the better they can make plans. But what would happen if and I'll get the commissioner's thoughts first, but ultimately I'm the one that you can get mad at, is I'll take, for example, so we have budget coming up on Monday, right? Mr. Guy Mazza, my excellent colleague, will be here next to me, and he'll be asking those questions. And so what I'm thinking about doing is, early Saturday morning, and I would do this well in advance, is I'll take those 6 hours and I'll look at the subtopics. And having consulted with the consultants and with the commissioners, I'll allocate those 6 hours among the subtopics. Everybody with me? So if there were 6 subtopics, I would allocate an hour if they are of equal importance. Remember studying for the bar exam? Didn't you have to allocate the remaining study hours among the subjects based on how hard they were and how well you understood them and how poorly you did on the, remember all that? Okay, everybody, you didn't have to do that. Maybe the engineering exam. So I'll take those 6 hours and I'll allocate them. Now I have 1 hour allocated to sub-issue number 1. Now I have to say to myself, how much time am I going to give to Mr. Mazza? How much time am I going to give to the 5 commissioners? Because they're contributors, right, to the issue as well. How much time am I going to give to cross-examination in toto? And how much am I going to give predicting and redirect? Everybody with me? It just seems to me that if I do that ahead of time, everybody knows what they have to deal with. And the commissioners would have to live with it also, unless they tell me at the break that they're going to wring my neck for saying this. But as far as I'm concerned, that way does in advance, non-arbitrarily, without my impatience and without Mr. Brady's justifiable frustration with me, right, ahead of time. And then he gets to decide how he's going to allocate his 12.2 minutes. Okay, he can decide to do that in whatever way he wants. What I will also have to do is sort of guess who's going to do the cross-examination and how to allocate between them, or I could leave it for the two of you, Mr. Vasquez-Melendez and Mr. Brady, to fight it out. Or I could allocate some and you all could talk to each other and pay each other off if you wanted to find some way to reallocate. As far as I'm concerned right now, that is a better approach than what I've been doing. So I leave that for you to think about over lunch, and we can talk about it briefly at 5:30. I don't have any better way, because what we're trying to do is meld priorities that are the commissioners with and I have a sense that there is not a big difference in the priorities of the commissioners and the priorities of the people like the bondholders and the ICPO that are concerned about a total cost. I mean, there's big dollars and there's small dollars, and the emphasis is on the big dollars. That's all that I have, and I look forward to your thoughts, and thank you, and I will see you back at 2:05. Okay, thank you so much. 2:05 Atlantic.